champions who will tackle automation, packaging, and technology. I also look forward to announcing today at 5 p.m. CET the names of the 5 winners of the Deliver 2020 awards. Many among the 600 registered retailers have casted their votes already, but for retailers who have not done it yet, you have until 1 p.m. CET to log into the Deliver web app and access the awards section to indicate who for you should receive the 5 awards among the 65 logistics vendors who teamed up with us this year. So stay tuned and come back this afternoon to discover at the end of our last masterclass who are the winners. Now, back to our first masterclass of the day. We are extremely proud to offer to our audience this morning a female-only masterclass with 3 very successful professionals who have had amazing careers. So now I'm very happy to hand over the mic to Martijn Loffers to animate that session. Martijn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Martijn Loffers. I'm Chief Trend Watcher of Supply Chain Media. You might also know me as Editor-in-Chief of Supply Chain Movement, the European Quarterly, and its website, and a huge LinkedIn group. So I'm happy to introduce 3 great female speakers. They're going to talk about e-commerce, fulfillment, a challenging time, especially in this COVID-19. E-commerce is booming, and we are going to have 3 female experts talking about it in depth about it. And the interesting thing is, you know, they're coming from all over Europe, from Moldova, from Serbia, and France. So we have also a quite culturally diverse, European culturally diverse session all about e-commerce. And it's good to see that, you know, e-commerce has been changing, and also brand owners like Philips, we'll hear later, they have to move to direct to consumer. So Victoria Kantemir, Zorana Milidrak, and Karen Damour will talk in the next hour. Each of them have 15 to 20 minutes. So watch closely what they're going to speak. And first, I would like to introduce Victoria Kantemir of Philips. She's responsible for the direct-to-consumer channel within Philips, and she had a great background in e-commerce. And the whole challenge is to get closer to the customer, and that's also what she wants to do and what she deliver to create a better customer journey. So with this, I would like to hand over to Victoria.
Thank you, Martijn. Hi, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here, even if it is in a virtual setting. This is the world we live in. But nonetheless, I'm happy to be here. And I'm here representing Philips, which is a health technology company that has meaningful innovation at the heart of the business, of everything we do. But today I want to talk to you about a topic that is close to my heart, and it's how supply chain and e-commerce merge together. What kind of role does supply chain play today in e-commerce, especially at Philips? And what we think will be the future of that marriage. I would like to start off first by explaining a little bit about what direct-to-consumer is at Philips. We call it D2C, that's our online business, and where we see it going in the future. And what you see now on your screen is an explanation of that, but let me break it down a little bit. So first, I would like to start with a concept that within Philips, we call it the health continuum. This is on the left side, the picture on the left side, where you see healthy living and prevention all the way to home care. Whenever we think about the strategy of Philips, we think about the health continuum. And that's because we are a health technology company, and all of our products and solutions and devices are meant to help people live a healthier life wherever they are on the health continuum. So we have products and solutions to help people live a healthy life, prevent them from getting a disease. If unfortunately they do end up in a hospital and they need diagnosis and treatment, we have medical equipment and treatment solutions for that part too. And when people are discharged and they go home, we also have solutions from home care. So this is what we do at Philips. And then if we think about direct to consumer or online business, today it's mostly about the prevention part. This is the support living box that you see at the beginning. So today D2C for Philips is mostly about selling products, selling solutions, and supply chain in that sense supports it through a fulfillment model that ships boxes, so fulfills orders and ship boxes. But this is not where we want the business to be. We want to, of course, grow it, but also transform it in what it is. And that's what you see underneath, where you see the line going across the health continuum. So we aim to elevate our direct-to-consumer business to go across the health continuum. And our vision for that is that it will become a daily destination for a healthy generation. What that means is that instead of thinking product first, so first to sell something online, we're going to think about the consumer need first. So what we aim is for Philips to become a platform in that sense, where people can come to us whenever they have a need, a question, or something related to their health, where they can find and content and products and services and solutions, where we can also match them with other third parties that provide services for whatever need they have at that time. The type of health spaces that we're going after are related to mother and child care, to parenting, to oral health care, but also to mental health could be in the future. So we are exploring also the health spaces that we're gonna play in. So this kind of transformation from product-centric to consumer-centric is also gonna have a very meaningful impact on supply chain, because then it means that instead of having a transactional type of supply chain of shipping boxes, we need to have a supply chain supporting a relationship with the consumer, because that's also the business model that we're going to go for. It's going to be a continuous recurring engagement and revenue stream. And that's the type of supply chain that will support the business as well. So that's the vision that we have for our direct-to-consumer business. But where do we start when we think about supply chain? We start first and foremost with, of course, the consumer and their experience. Because that's what it means to be consumer-centric. So we start by looking at what are the steps today that our consumers go through, and where is it that supply chain touches that experience. And what you see now on your screen is quite a generic consumer journey mapping that we did at Philips. It could be different for different companies, but it has more or less the same elements. And I think all of us by now, we can put ourselves in the shoes of somebody shopping online. I think we've all done it by now. And then you can imagine what kind of a seamless experience that would be. So if you're searching for a product online and you have an intention to buy it, of course you want to find it on stock. That's the first thing. It needs to be on stock. If you have reached the checkout page and you're about to click buy, the type of things that you would expect there would be choices, so that you can have control over how you get your order delivered and how you pay for it. So choices in delivery options and payment options. Once you click buy, from there, it's a process that needs to be almost instantaneous in the order confirmation. So then you know that it went through, and also that you get reliable information about your order. So reliable track and trace. Once you get the package delivered at home, what do you expect then? You would expect it to be on time. So whatever was promised to you, that's what gets delivered. It would be delivered in full if you order more than one product. It arrives in the same box at the same time. And specifically about the topic of sustainability, which is one of the hot topics of our time today, that delivery needs to have minimum environmental impact. And I'll speak a bit later about what that means. And last but not least, the reverse logistics part of the process is becoming more and more important. The returns and refunds part, it needs to be also consumer-centric, make it easy for people to do a return and get their refund seamlessly. So we start by looking at this experience, and we try to understand where is it that supply chain needs to act seamlessly, but also it's not an isolation. It's not just a supply chain customer experience. This is a collaborative thing that we need to do with sales and marketing, with media activation, and every actor within supply chain, with warehouse and distribution, but also with our carrier partners. Otherwise, you will never have a seamless user experience. So we need also collaboration across the supply chain. One other thing that we've done besides looking at this is also, of course, listen to what our consumers are telling us at Philips. We get feedback through post-purchase NPS surveys. So after purchase, people then can comment on what they liked, what they didn't like. We also get feedback via call centers when they call to either complain or to register a comment. But we've also done external benchmarks. So we looked at other brands, specifically D2C brands, which are very customer-centric. We looked at what they offer in terms of a delivery experience. And using all of that information together, we made a decision at Philips of what our service level should be. What is it that we want to offer our customers when we think about D2C? And here we made a choice across three main areas, and this is what you should see now on your screen. I would like to start first with the promise that we make of always being on stock. So when somebody is searching for a product or a service, it needs to be available. It goes without saying. But it takes a bit more than just making the promise of, yes, we're always going to be on stock. And by always on stock, I need to mention that benchmark standards for e-commerce are quite high. It's not 100% because perfection doesn't exist, but it is above 98% of the time to be on stock. And that's also the promise that we aim for. So how do we achieve that at Philips? What we realized already some time ago, and I think the entire industry is now on board with this, is that you cannot do demand planning and forecasting in the way that it has been done so far. We need to step away from the traditional way of looking at demand planning and start investing in artificial intelligence and especially machine learning generated forecasts. This is something that we're now heavily investing in at Philips, not just for our e-commerce business, but all across. And we're taking into account not just historical data, but of course, other signals and factors that can predict a bit better the demand of the future. Here, again, we're not aiming for perfection. So 100% forecast accuracy doesn't exist, but we're aiming for a good enough forecast accuracy that allows us to still have a decent predictive model while at the same time reacting fast to any demand spikes that we could see, barring, of course, a global pandemic, because these kind of things are almost impossible to predict. Another thing that we're doing at Philips related to our stock management is that we made the conscious decision to prioritize D2C when it comes to stock allocation, especially in shortages. So sometimes it happens that there's a supply shortage within our supply chain, and then not everyone gets what they forecasted for. And by everyone, I mean the different channels, B2B and D2C. And here we decided that when we have such a situation, we're going to prioritize D2C. And last but not least, for the high running products, we're putting a minimum level of always on stock. This is what we call the iron stock level, so that we never go below that. And especially the high running products are always there. So that's the first pillar of our service level, the promise of always to be on stock. The second pillar is about delivery, fulfillment. And here, based on all the research that we've done, we've come to the conclusion that although there is this perception within the industry that speed is king, so you should offer a fast next day, same day delivery as the priority. At Philips, we think that that's not the full story. Yes, speed is important, especially given the trends that are being pushed by market leaders in e-commerce such as Amazon. But it's not the most important thing. The most important thing that people want is choice. When they reach that checkout page, you need to offer a menu of the most relevant choices because that gives people control over their order, and that's what they're after. So deliver it to them their way. Let them schedule when they want it to be delivered, whether they want it a specific date or time, or whether they want it next day, offer express delivery, but also make sure that you communicate your promise in a reliable way. And that's what supply chain is all about. It's about delivering reliably according to what you promised. And last but not least, communicating at all clearly what is the order status. Because things sometimes go wrong. It could go wrong in the warehouse during pick and pack. It could go wrong with the carrier partner in their own hub. And then the order is delayed. So we need to proactively communicate that also to the customer and give them again the choice. What do you want to do in such a situation? Do you want to change your delivery time? Would you like to change maybe your delivery address? And then the third pillar, which is a very important one for Philips, we've renewed our commitment to sustainability just a couple of weeks ago. By setting even higher ambitions for ourselves as a company. Sustainability, very important one that we're focusing now everywhere in the company, and especially for e-commerce, and especially during COVID. This is something that I think everyone needs to look at across the board. How do we deliver, and not just deliver, how do we in general manage our supply chain in a sustainable way? Specifically for e-commerce, this has to do with packaging. So eliminating all waste in packaging, using recycled material, don't use plastic, and make sure that, that the package fits to the product so that there's no unnecessary packaging. And of course, the green last mile delivery. We're partnering with parcel carriers that we know offer green last mile in the sense of using electrical vehicles, in the sense of using bike deliveries in big cities. at Philips what we said our service level is today. But I've also explained to you earlier that D2C is evolving and we are transforming the business. So what do we then do with supply chain for the future to manage that? So it's mainly two things that we need to merge when we think about the supply chain of the future. It's the vision for the business. This is the picture on the left with the consumer in the middle and everything going around the consumer needs. But at the same time, there are a lot of trends happening in the world impacting all supply chains globally that we, of course, cannot ignore. And we need to merge these two when I think about D2C supply chain. So just a few of the global trends that I would like to mention that are relevant. Increasing consumer demands, customer needs. So people want to have it their way. And that has implication for supply chain in the sense that we need to support more customization. We need to support more personalization. So for example, let me give you the example of expecting parents. These are also our consumers that want to shop for products and solutions for their situation. They're about to become parents. And then the kind of personalization that we would offer in that sense would be a bundle type of package that would have different products in there, but also the way that that would be delivered to them. Maybe with additional marketing leaflets or maybe in some sort of a promotion that would be coupled with other products from a different brand. These are things that supply chain needs to be able to support to offer that kind of personalized experience. Digitalization and analytics, a very important trend that I think is sweeping all supply chains everywhere. Yeah, we need to just step away from Excel sheets and reporting the news and basically using real-time data as much as possible. And that has an extreme implication also for e-commerce because things are so fast moving that we cannot rely anymore on historical data. We need to have solid predictive models with a good enough accuracy so that we can proactively address the trends rather than react. And last but not least, regulatory requirements. Philips is a health technology company. More and more of our personal health products are also being classified as medical products. That has implications for supply chain in the sense that we need to ensure 100% compliance. Quality is something that at Philips we will never compromise on. And that has the implication that we will always have to make sure that our supply chain is compliant. Good thing is we have colleagues within the health space that have experience with this already for decades and we can learn from them. So this is what we then see at Philips. We have a direction for the business that we've set for D2C. We have trends that are impacting us from the outside. And then the implication for our supply chain is that we just need to evolve it. We're moving away from a transactional supply chain that is in the background, that is acting like a support function, and to a supply chain that is actively driving the business of the future and becoming more predictive and more proactive. I would like to wrap up with a couple of last words. So I've mentioned D2C a lot. I've mentioned also supply chain a lot. I would like to come back to what is Philips all about. And we have a purpose and a vision that is very simple and also very motivational in that sense. So we aim to improve people's lives through meaningful innovation, and we even quantified it. We're going to improve the people's lives 2 billion a year by 2025. Personally, that is a very motivational thing to look after every day when I come to work. And especially within e-commerce, it will play an even bigger role within Philips. And for the future, supply chain will act as an engine to drive that mission, rather than just supporting in the background. I hope that you've enjoyed my presentation today, and I hope that it's inspired you to also look at your business and your supply chain and how it evolves. And I wish you a very nice rest of the day and a good workshop later on. Thank you.
Okay, Victoria, thank you very much. Interesting journey, I would say, and a challenging one. I think that it will be the right one to focus on the customer journey and all the implications for the supply chain. Next, we're going to hear from another expert, a female expert in e-commerce, also related to the supply chain. That's Karin Damour. She is Directrice Nationale Logistique Transport at Fnac Darty. And Fnac Darty is a leading European omnichannel retailer in household appliances, electronics, and entertainment products. And she's also responsible in a similar way, like Victoria, for logistics and e-commerce. So I'm happy to hear what Karin has to say. So Karin, take it away.
Thanks, Martin, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. I would like to just start with a quick presentation of my company and its logistics. We have 6 warehouses in France. We are an omnichannel retailer, and we have 80% of our turnover comes from store sales and 20% from e-commerce. So we are an omnichannel retailer. However, our e-commerce site is in the top 3 in France. My purpose today is to explain how an omnichannel retailer like Fnac Darty became a pure player during the lockdown. I will share with you some of our actions and decisions taken throughout these 8 unique weeks. I hope they will remain unique, but I'm not sure, but I hope. So to recall everything in France, everything started on Saturday, 14th of March at 8 p.m. when our Prime Minister, Edouard Philippe, announced the closure of our stores, initially for 15 days. It was only 15 days at the beginning. So as you can see from the slide, our specific products includes items such as gaming, books, laptops, small appliances, washing machines, TV. People needed these items during the lockdown to have fun or to work or to stay at home. Therefore, we had quite a stressful period at the beginning of the lockdown. We soon had many challenges and problems to deal with. Firstly, the human aspect in terms of management, anticipation, safety and security. Secondly, the operational and production challenges. And thirdly, of course, transportation issues. Let's start with human aspect. Firstly, let's discuss the changes we made to our warehouses. Very quickly, we realized that our warehouses were not adapted in accordance with health recommendations. So not surprisingly, from the first week, we had to change many things. We carried out social distancing. We closed some entrances to be able to control them. We staggered start times and breaks with more rotations and many other actions, but I think it was the same in your company. What we did differently, and even before the government guidance made the sanitary kit mandatory, we decided on the 31st of March to make wearing the mask and disinfecting workstations mandatory and to take the temperature at the entry of the site. It wasn't easy at the beginning because there were mixed views about what we have to do or not at this stage. But on the whole, people were very relieved and felt secure. We were the first company in our sector to enforce this before the government directive. Secondly, we changed the way we communicated, daily communication. One of the first topics for all the teams in the group was to choose a common WebEx tool because many people were working from home and so communication was essential. So we chose Teams. It's not important because it could have been another. So we had 2 calls per day with all operation departments, one in the morning and one in the evening, only 30 minutes. The information to the ExCom, the executive committee, or in return from the ExCom, went through these 2 calls. Then we cascaded information and decisions during breakdown sessions. The speed of information transfer was crucial during the lockdown. And thirdly, salary incentive. Yes, we are among the companies that have rewarded employees in the field. People present during the lockdown received a bonus of thanks and recognition, which was very appreciated and allowed us to congratulate people who stayed on the ground during the lockdown. It was very important for us. Let's move on to my next point, operational successes. Firstly, I would like to talk about the agility, reactivity, and creativity from IT. It's weird, it's funny, because usually when something is wrong, it's IT fault, but not this time, really not this time. Web demand and therefore production were very important during the lockdown, with an increase in activity of more than 1,000% some days compared to 2019. So to keep a high level of production, we needed to select more and divide orders. So we categorize our orders by type of products, by type of services, by type of quantity, among others. Then we divided them. In 2 weeks period, we developed IT solutions to make our production schedule more flexible. It was a great result. IT teams were very mobilized, even if they were teleworking, they were very mobilized to improve our production capability in record time. Secondly, I would like to talk about procurement ingenuity. We try to maintain the web stock level constant during the lockdown. How did we do this? Due to the increase in demand of products, we decided to source tens of thousands of items from our stores. Our stores were closed, but they had stock. So we took only urgently items such as laptops or printers. So we organized store returns to better meet customer demand, which meant we had more products availability on our website. I think it was. And thirdly, how our decisions-making process changed. Every manager had to take decisions very quickly and sometimes urgently. So the decision circuit had to be shortened. We didn't need to form an investment committee for each decision with the ExCom. We were very independent on the ground, even if we informed the ExCom twice a day. Every day, the ExCom carried out check, but ultimately trusted the manager on the ground, which was very much appreciated by the manager, which was essential. And let's move on to my last part, transport successes. Meeting increasing demand was our first challenge, and then we had the problem of delivery. We all know that all parcel delivery contractors were in high demand and could not meet our requests. Unlike the Netherlands, Belgium, Spain, or Portugal, our parcel postal service in France had trouble keeping up. So we had to find new solutions. Let's start with new carriers. Thanks to the hard work of the IT department, we were able to connect or reconnect 2 additional express carriers in 3 weeks period. It's a performance because usually we need at least 3 months to connect a new carrier. It's a great result for our IT department, for our TMS, and for our indirect procurement department because we needed new contract. And because of that, we significantly increase our home delivery capability. Secondly, use of Darty's internal fleet. It's my favorite. I think this is very important because there are not a lot of companies that were able to do this. One of the strengths of Fnac Darty is our own fleet for big products, which is called last kilometer delivery. When the usual express carriers started to be unable to accelerate, we decided to use Darty's internal fleet to deliver hundreds of thousands small products. So drivers who used to deliver washing machines or dishwashers started to deliver smartphones, laptops, vacuum cleaners, or cookers. It was a brilliant idea. It wasn't mine, but it was a brilliant idea. And so we were less dependent on external transport services. And finally, how did we maintain the customer promise? When evaluating the decision we took, it's clear that using our own fleet and increasing more express carriers were very important decisions. These actions allowed us to meet the express customer promise with 3 days average lead time. It's a real performance. We were very proud of this performance because we were among the best in our category with this 3 days average lead time. And to finish, to sum up, To sum up, this whole process has involved a lot of experimenting, which has meant we have made a lot of mistakes, but we have learned from them very quickly. We have found solutions. However, as I told you at the beginning, our sector was very dynamic, and our e-commerce sales volumes almost tripled compared to 2019. Moreover, home deliveries increased fourfold over the period. And the most important and differentiating factor was the courage and commitment of the operational and support teams. Despite the fears they were present, the teams have been great, amazing. I think it's certainly the most important point of our success. It's why I would like to end with a short film and by thanking the teams that have continued their activity and made possible to the group Fnac Darty to go from an online weight of 19% before the lockdown to an online weight of 31% after the lockdown. We were very proud of our teams. So let's watch the movie, please. Thank you. It's you, Martins.
Oh, thank you, Karen, for this interesting story about agility, especially during the COVID-19 peak, I would say. And it would be interesting to hear more about how you continue on this journey. Next, we have another presentation, a very interesting presentation by Zorana Milidrak. She is a global e-commerce director of Sport Vision, and she's responsible for a lot of web shops in the Balkan. She has 9 countries to cover with 30 web shops, and she will explain how she do the e-commerce promising to the customer and what the supply chain implications are. All right.
Hello, my name is Zorana Milidrak, and I'm president of E-commerce Association of Serbia, and I'm also a group e-commerce director in Sport Vision Group. I'm in charge basically for 30 web shops in 9 countries. But if we talk about my working history, I used to work in marketing for more than 8 years now. And at that time I thought actually I was super important, smart and visible. But that wasn't enough for me. So I really always wanted something more and more from that. And so I decided, like, I think 7 years ago, to start working in digital. And to be more precise, I started working in e-commerce 5 years ago, working in e-commerce in Serbia. And then something really strange started to happen. I basically become from someone really visible, I became one really invisible person. Can you imagine now me standing in front of you here being totally invisible? But actually it wasn't about me. It was about status of e-commerce in Serbia and within my company. And basically it was on the level of invisibility and also at the level of statistical error, only because I knew some people at that point. In the media, you can only read about e-commerce as a fraud, or maybe someone orders something online and actually it was the problematic situation and you could read only about that. When someone asked me about my job, I was just saying, okay, I'm working still in the marketing. I didn't want to explain anything. It was much easier to say like that than to explain them about the e-commerce or e-commerce, especially in Serbia at that point. Today, I'm proudly standing here in front of you. Even though I cannot see you, I'm totally aware of how many of you signed up for this conference. So I can say I can really feel the crowd over there. The only way I could achieve this is because in my company, we had a vision, we have to become #1 in digital business in our region. So I knew that e-commerce is the only way that my dreams become reality, that our dreams become reality. So I knew that was actually my call. I believe I can, so I did it. And today, e-commerce gave me an opportunity to step out of my country, to lead this business in 8 other countries, to step out here in front of you as some kind of a modern miner and to confirm you that gold is there, it's in the miner. You just have to dig deep enough. So you can find the money in this e-commerce miner. And it is a good thing that in e-commerce, success is so obvious. But I have to tell you that actually when you are not that successful or you're having any kind of problem, it is a bit also problematic because you are exposed to everything and everybody. Success is in e-commerce makes the guy listen. That is really important. But what at the level when no one is listening? I decided to create my own crowd. I found a lot of people and I started teaching them. That was a really important part because you had people that don't even understand the words I was saying to them, all those fancy words in digital. So I was creating one kind of my own gang, and that was really important because one day I created the real team. Now I'm having my own team of 150 people, the team of 100 people who are living the e-commerce, who are believing in the same idea as I do, and they're spreading that idea around the whole region, around the country, and what is most important within my company. So today, everybody believes in the same what I believe, that e-commerce is the oxygen of our business. But together with setting up the team, it is important that you set up the strategy, and not only the strategy, but main KPIs as well. It is important that you know on which road you're riding. It is not only about the sales, it's about the positioning, because for sure you are going to achieve or even overachieve your results and your figures, but it is really important to be always on the same road and to be focused on that battle of staying on position you always want to work. Sales. Sales is the most dangerous part. Don't let sales seduce you. It is like a candy shop to a kid. Sales lead you to new opportunities. So basically, if you are not aware of how big portion you can have, you can really feel sick. And so don't forget to always open your strategy deck whenever sales become like start happening big time, because you don't want to get distracted. Trust me. it happens to the best. You know, those drivers that are driving on the highway and think, okay, I know this road by my heart, so really there is no way I'm making the mistake. But the thing is, when they are not focused and they're not thinking about what is happening, they can take the wrong exit. Okay, of course, after pretty short time, they're going to realize they're wrong, so they will come back. But the thing is that you need some time to come back on the right road. So open your eyes when it comes to sales seductive side. Process is the king of e-commerce. You may have the best product, amazing platform, but if your processes are not set up right, it will lead you to a road of disaster. Trust me. I'm showing you here one kind of map of how you should be effective in the processes. And the thing is, you should always start from the order management. Okay, there you have the possibility to be effective or not. But the thing is that you have to solve it. Why is that? Because from the first day, you have to know how scalable your order management should be. Because it can happen to you, again, the COVID situation where you overachieved your figure today instead of in 3 years time. So you have to be sure that the whole process is going to work. The good thing about the order management is actually that your customer are not going to realize that your order management is not working. But trust me that your finance or other colleagues are going to freak out if it is not working. So be smart regarding this process and make sure is it working or not. Then when we talk about the customer support, maybe your customer is not going to get you same moment on the phone or get all the information. But the thing is that if you are working on it and making it better every time, it is going to be good for your customers. So you have to implement all the innovation within that area. When it comes to delivery, it has to be seamless. There is no place for you to say, no, I'm not effective in this process, because customer, they don't care about what is happening back there in your process. So it has to work seamlessly. And when we talk about the customer satisfaction, there also is the beginning and the end. Customer has to be satisfied. This is just a part, let's say, of the processes. I show you here only 4. There is at least 44 processes in which you have to be effective. So do this map and make sure that everything is working as it should be. When we talk about customer experience, if you think that you have amazing product and web shop and that you are destined for success, I have to be honest to tell you, you're probably wrong. You have to keep your customers satisfied 24/7. And you know, I'm not talking about those old customers, those one that we used to know from the marketing research. I'm talking you about this customer now, today, the one we know as a digital customer. In digital ecosystem, customers become ruthless. Trust me, you have to be, to make everything possible in the same moment. And that is only possible if you are having 360 customer view and that you know your customer better than they know themselves. So the thing is, you have to start serving them and not to selling to them, no matter what. This is #1 rule. And of course, when you think everything is set and you wake up one morning after a year or a year and a half, and you realize that actually your strategy that you set up for the next 3 years is not working anymore, that you overachieved your targets, that your customer has changed, that actually the processes you were working on so hard that they are overdated. You have to change your strategy and don't look away. You have to do it for sure. And you have to create new processes that are actually the new normal. You have to set up the new targets, new KPI, because it's not about you, it's about serving customer. Remember that. Just go with the flow and don't even think to slow down. There is no walking when you're dreaming about the real growth. With overachieving my KPIs in e-commerce, I have become queen in my business. It is really flattering, to be honest. People start listening to me, they're noticing you, trusting you. If you have new ideas, they would just follow. If you want to invest, they would give you the money. If you suggest any idea or the change, they would just nod with their head. So I have decided I want to change the technology because it sounded more promising than changing some processes, even though all one I mentioned to you before. But you know, platform is always more fancy. And of course, because it is a big project, everybody in the company are listening to you, and they started talking about e-commerce in the company. That was so important for my team. They finally felt great, and they felt that they are actually on some kind of the throne. But of course, you know, from the historical stories, throne can be really dangerous. You started just to look at those gold at your crown, and you totally forget that real gold is actually in the miner. We lost the focus on what is really important, on what drives our business, on what is important for our customer and make them satisfied. We have forgotten to optimize our processes. We were counting on technology, and no one's teach you that actually technology is not counting on people. Technology counts on process. It was major misunderstanding. But I have learned so much about technology the moment I have made a mistake. The first rule to become in love with technology is that tech tools are not fixing your problems. They are just supporting you in doing that job. And we have to be a bit more fair to technology and set up our expectation a bit differently or in the just right way. And that is the only way we can start loving the technology. And I think we put too much pressure on it. So of course it's going to crash. It was normal and I should expect it. But to be honest, crash is the best thing that happened to me in my career. Because when something really hurts and you don't feel that, you cannot expect the progress. Firstly, I had to admit to myself that I made a mistake. Then I had to admit to everybody else that was, and now I'm admitting to you as well that I made a mistake. And of course, you have to stand up and start fixing it in the moment of light, like in the speed of light, because you're exposed to everybody 24/7. And then you have to step out from that throne I was talking about before and keep on running. Run as fast as you can. And to tell you one thing, throne is meant basically for kings and queens and not for digital business creators. So don't go that way. Always keep one eye open for the ways to improve things. That is how the digital creators is working. And if you actually want to be connected to the fairy tales or that is important to you, be the one who is creating them. Be the one who is dreaming about finding out new things. So just don't try to be the king or the queen. Today, I'm dreaming days and nights about my new achievements, about the new achievements of my team, about them teaching me, about them not needing me, of course. I'm dreaming about experimenting in customer journey, about seamless to become really normal. I'm focused on my kingdom, not on my title anymore. And if we go back on the beginning and what I was wished for to be visible and e-commerce to be visible, I got what I wished for. We have become visible. And I may tell you, glory is great, being visible is tempting, but what matters at the end of the day are your results. The results will keep you in the game and to be respectful. And during the battle, don't push the numbers. Revenue will follow after you go through the whole journey. Growth is inventable in e-commerce, but even though it seems so, it's never happening overnight. It is hard way to success. So I know the thinking about the shortcuts may sound so good to you, but don't do that because it may cost you one or even more digits. Take your time to become successful. And what is really important, keep on reading because trust me, e-commerce is oxygen of economy. Thank you.
Okay, that was quite interesting to hear what Zorana was talking about. So it's to me to wrap this up. We have seen three fabulous presentations about e-commerce, and you can see e-commerce is here to stay. It seems like Black Friday every day now, and COVID-19, will continue at least for half a year, I expect. So we have to stay on this e-commerce journey forced like we have in the last month. But this will be the new way of living e-commerce, but it's also be omni-channel. And it's interesting to see we have three speakers from different angles. One has a retail background, and another has like Philips, more B2B background, moving into direct to consumer. And with Sport Vision, it's a web shop environment, and you will see they are moving all in the same direction. They want to serve the customers, they want to follow the journey, and they want to do it in a reliable way. So speed is necessary, yes, but it seems that reliability is more essential than ever. So people want to know when to expect it. If it's the next day or in 2 days, but they want to know when it will be arriving, and maybe they want to see dynamically. So that's very important to see that this journey from three angles, from a web shop, a retail, and a brand owner's perspective, are moving in the same direction. It's also good to see that Philips mentioned, listen to the consumer, to the customer, and using AI and other signals than just the statistical forecasting to improve your forecasting. So that's interesting to see. Another thing what we heard in different speeches was prioritization. You can't handle all your products the same. You can't handle all your channels the same. So prioritization is very important. And I think that Philips is heavily counting on e-commerce and direct-to-consumer has led to the prioritization of online orders above other channels, and that's also interesting to see. And what Corinne said, from the retailer, when the lockdown happened in France, it was interesting to see that they moved stock from the stores back to the warehouses to fill the online orders. So that's also to see that you have to prioritize your channels, and you have to be flexible to rechannel all your flows. So that was also interesting to see. And with Zorana, it's interesting to see in the Balkan that you have different kind of web shops for famous brands like Adidas and Nike. And you will see that still moving around rapidly in the Balkan with this different kind of web shops. And this has all kind of implications also in logistics. So reliability is one of the essential things. Another thing is what surprises me in a positive way is Victoria is mentioning kind of marriage between supply chain and commerce. But you have to also be married to IT, because otherwise, I know this kind of bigamy, but you have to be cross-functional, and you have to be connected to all your business functions. And that was also interesting to see from the story from Kareem. There is a lot of agility, and especially in IT. In some instances, IT is not the most agile environment to talk to. Most of the times, very busy with ERP and updating that stuff. But it was great to hear that within Kareem, her company, that IT was very agile, and they made sure that they were able to connect very rapidly new carriers within 3 weeks, and that's quite amazing. So that's kind of a marriage between IT and logistics or supply chain. So that's also interesting to hear. Yes, another common denominator is that inventory is key in online. You have to have your stock, otherwise you can't deliver, you can't sell. And so you have to make sure that you have your inventory levels available, and that everybody should know within the company, and also your customers should know what is available and when. So inventory management is, key. So I think that next to supply chain management in this earlier month of COVID-19, inventory management is more than ever strategic. So inventory management is not more an execution thing, down below in the warehouse. No, inventory management is of strategic importance. And inventory management also means, you have to allocate your inventories, be flexible, shut down certain channels, redirect the inventories, redirect flows. So that's very paramount to do, especially now. And also transportation is key. And it was also interesting to see that within Karen's company, they have their own fleet, delivering washing machines, but also be able to be agile enough to deliver packages or mobile phones and that kind of stuff. So agility is paramount in this day, and agility will be the common denominator for the future. So it's resilience on the supply side. Do know when you can deliver your stuff that will come to you, and agility towards the customer is another thing. And it starts all with the customer. Do know what they want, what their needs are, and these needs can be shifting through the month, through the week, through the day, during the evening. So that's paramount, and we can't rely on forecasts anymore like we used to do. So statistical forecasting, yes, it's important, but it's not enough. So we have to listen to the customers in different ways. And what I hear from other fabulous web shop in the Netherlands in fashion, this general manager is using Instagram to test the waters on SKUs. So she can see by her channels which products are doing better, and this will have her more insights of which SKUs will perform better than the others, and through which channels, and all through Instagram. Very basic, but very powerful. And she can beat the fashion market in the Netherlands with her own brand through Instagram, and that's fabulous to see. So the customer is key, and we will see. And that's the last part of my observation is the sustainability. We need to be sustainable, and there are complaints that e-commerce is not sustainable enough. Driving with your car to a store is not sustainable. But buying one package and being delivered to your door is the same way not sustainable. But things will change. And what Philips was saying, sustainability is paramount. Customers are demanding it more and more. They want to have green last mile delivery as an option. And that is also, the way forward. And this huge flows of e-commerce products means that also we have to look in a different way to sustainability and deliveries. And a total overview of this is like, what Karen has mentioned. They are very agile in the last month. And I hear it a lot. I have done a lot of research in March, actually, among 140 manufacturing companies in Europe. And later on in June, what their plans would be for the future, investing in end-to-end supply chain visibility. But the main thing I think I've seen, a lot of companies, and most of the companies were able to be very agile. And some comments were, how can we keep this way of thinking? How can we keep this agility? And we are now stuck in Zoom and Teams and whatever. But the basic thing is, how do we make the connections in a sustainable way, not only in a green way, but in a business sustainable way, to make it work for the future? And a good thing is what two of you said, we have to get rid of Excel. Excel is not robust enough. We can't sustain it, and everybody working their own way. We have to have a platform to make sure that we are on the same digital page. So that's something we have to work on. So I think for a lot of companies, we should summarize the learnings of the last month the good, the bad, and the ugly. How should we retain the good, and how should we get rid of the bad? And the ugly should we forget? But we should learn from this. Otherwise, we can't move on. And it was interesting to see that Philips is talking about a journey, a healthcare continuum, moving on, a great strategic journey. And on the other hand, Karen was talking more about how to respond in COVID-19 era, and also a great story. But both stories should merge for the future, and that's the whole point of learning from this great stories. And well, there are more stories to go. I could go on and on, but I won't. So with this, I would like to thank Victoria, Zorana, and Corinne for their great stories. I would thank Deliver for the opportunity to moderate this session, and all the watchers at home or in the office, if they are safe and social distant. Make sure that you continue watching. And there will be another session at 4 o'clock in a similar way. So there are also great stories by three companies: Levi Strauss, Mueller, and another MacArthur Foundation. MacArthur Foundation, sorry. And next to this, at 11 o'clock, we'll have a separate workshop by interesting companies like Geodis, PackSize, AutoStore, Manhattan, and DS Smith. So there's a lot to watch during this day, and thanks again for being able to moderate this. And I would like to thank you, Victoria, Zorana, and Corinne for your session. And it's back to the studio. Thank you a lot. Bye.
Sets in terms of how to enable omni-channel logistics with Geodis. And finally, we'll be back to Claire for a question, answers, and wrap up. As Claire mentioned, we have just launched our white paper, hot off the press, just yesterday. And this will be available to you for download. And it's all about what Melina and I are going to present in the next 45 minutes or so. With that, Melina, over to you.
Thank you, Ashwani, and hi, everyone. So before we deep dive into the details of our study, let me share with you a high-level view of our findings, which are based, as you understood, on a survey of 200 e-commerce and supply chain executives in the US and in Europe among retail and consumer brands, regarding their e-commerce logistics and their e-commerce perspective in the special context we know now. First of all, our survey shows high ambition from brands to develop their direct online business, that is via their own web shops, and this trend accelerated significantly with the crisis. The number of brands expecting their direct online business to represent at least 20% of their revenues in the next 3 years tripled in the US and quadrupled in Europe. However, brands also acknowledge that their logistics is not scaled to support this explosion of online sales, and they are facing multiple challenges that we are going to review in detail. In order to achieve this direct online growth, brands want primarily to improve their customer experience, which was really the e-commerce logistic capability they mentioned as the most important to come right with. And to do so, they will have to improve availability to promise, to reduce cost and time, as well as meeting their aggressive targets when it comes to increasing speed of delivery. And finally, our analysis identifies 3 different levels of logistic maturity: high, average, and low, which is really based on our analysis on how brands handle and optimize e-commerce logistics across channels. And I will present these 3 segments later on. So let us begin. We mentioned about e-commerce logistic capabilities, and I wanted to introduce a bit more all these capabilities to you, because when we set out to conduct our research in order to understand brand maturity in e-commerce logistics, we identified 5 capabilities required to build and maintain flourishing e-commerce operations. The first one on the left, inventory visibility, is really about the ability of brands to get real-time view of their inventory across channels and locations. So the ability to do products wherever they are, in store, in transit, and so on. And it also includes dynamic inventory allocation, so the ability of IT system to track orders efficiently and to allocate orders to the right location. So according to service, distance, and availability. The third capability, agile distribution network, is covering the network of physical assets that brand can leverage, such as stores, warehouses, fulfillment centers, to support their e-commerce warehousing, delivery, and return operation, and get closer to the end customer. Transportation flexibility relates to brand ability to manage both a range of parcel delivery partners, as well as flexible and reliable middle and last mile delivery service in order to choose the right partner for the best route and provide more transparency to end customer if any issue may arise. So for instance, if there is a delay in the delivery. For IT and software optimization, we looked at the level of synchronization of digital systems in place, so how warehouses management systems are connected to order management system and so on. And finally, customer service, which relates to the extent that products are available for online browsing and purchasing, the level of customization of delivery options and tracking, and also the ability of customer to modify orders. So from there, we assess brand practices and challenges on each capabilities to understand what actions they need to take. But before we do that, let's take a look back at their online business plans and expectations. Here, if we take a closer look at these charts, what we can see really is that the COVID crisis really accelerated the share of business toward online channels and also accelerated the growth forecast of direct online sales. So here we see clearly that on average, the online channels jumped from 30% share pre-COVID. So 34 is when you add online web shop and marketplaces. And it jumped from pre-crisis to 65% of sales during the peak of the crisis when we went through the first lockdown and so on, with 38% done by marketplace and 27% from brands' online web shops. And brands, when we ask them about their perspective, expect online business to represent close to half of their business by end of 2020. So that's 44% versus a third pre-COVID. So as you can see, online web shop is expected to take a larger share of business even after the crisis. It's jumping from 66% to 19% by the end of the year. The trend is the same in the US and Europe. And we also ask executives to look beyond what's going to happen in 3 years from now. And here we also see the massive acceleration, as I mentioned previously, that the number of companies who expect their direct online business to represent over 20% of their revenues tripled in the US and quadrupled in Europe. However, what we can see as well is that the share of business through marketplaces is also meant to return to pre-COVID levels. In fact, we can see that brands' online activities are highly dependent on marketplaces. In the chart we just saw, in fact, brands relied heavily on marketplaces during the peak of the pandemic, coming from 28% share of business pre-COVID and increasing to 38% during the pandemic. But it's also prompting a majority of brands to reassess this dependence on marketplaces to develop their e-commerce. For 64% of the executive we surveyed, 60% in the US and 67% in Europe, primarily due to the heavy fees that they are paying to marketplaces, which was mentioned as one of the top 2 challenges brands will have to deal with in the next 18 months. And again, this is true for the US and for Europe. So that's a really clear message here regarding marketplaces. So what we've seen is a significant number of brands expecting their direct online business to grow. But what are brands' priorities to handle and to achieve this direct online growth? So what you can see on the left is that brands prioritize customer experience as their number 1 priority to improve customer online shopping experience. Specifically, brands are struggling to ensure that the quality of customer delivery experience is on par with the quality of the customer buying experience. This will mean, among other things, that brand will need to offer end customer faster delivery, more flexibility in delivery options in terms of choosing a time of delivery, the location, but also convenient package tracking and easier returns, which could be done at store, for instance. So as you can see, this was the top 1 most important capability to improve over logistics, software optimization, transportation, or inventory visibility. Interestingly, what we see as well is that companies acknowledge that their logistic is not so well equipped. They're not so well equipped to keep up with 52% of our sample considering that their logistic is not scaled to support this online business acceleration. It's true for 48% of brands in the US and 54% of brands in Europe. So clearly 2 imperatives for brands: adjust their logistics to absorb the online growth, and also at the same time supporting a better customer experience. And the reason why their logistic is not scaled to support this acceleration is what we are going to talk about just now. So there are, in fact, several challenges ahead when it comes to delivering the best delivery experience. So we try to identify the most important challenges across our 5 capabilities. So let's start with inventory visibility. So when we looked at brands' practices, we see that most brands are operating their logistic with a multi-channel approach. That is, with multiple inventories, either separate or partially combined, and only a minority have a state-of-the-art solution for order orchestration and optimization across channels, which is allowing them to allocate orders dynamically in real time and in the most cost-efficient way, so choosing the best fulfillment place and the best carriers. So when we look at this chart, we can see clearly that challenges lie in the lack of visibility and accuracy on product availability due to multiple inventories and manual processes. We see also clear difference appearing between the US, where lack of visibility on available inventory is the most pressing challenge for 46% of them, while in Europe, brands are concerned primarily by too many manual inventory processes for 48% of them. So here the key is probably to achieve a dynamic view of inventories and especially the available to promise stock, which is key for an end-to-end optimization of the logistic flow. Now, moving on to the second capability, which is around the network of physical assets. We found here, again, in terms of practices of brand, that only a minority are operating their fulfillment and return process in a truly flexible and dynamic way. So what it means that is only a minority are able to determine the most optimal place, whether warehouse, fulfillment center, or stores, to fulfill online orders, or only a few managing flexible return handling process to optimize cost and speed. And finally, also, not so many brands just getting their operation closer to the end customers by integrating stores into the e-commerce logistic network. In fact, stores are not central yet to logistic network, as they are mostly leveraged to pick up or return from store, but not much as fulfillment center yet or shipping from store. And so as a result, what we can see on this chart regarding the main challenges that brands are struggling with, we see 49% of US brands struggling with the cost of processing returns, 48% with non-optimized return handling, spurred in part by low productivity in their warehouses and fulfillment centers, and also high fulfillment cost per item, which is the top #1 challenge in Europe for 52% of the executive we surveyed, and where we also see the biggest difference between the US and Europe. So here, clearly, this indicates that brands need to make a better use of their physical assets. Sorry. Now, moving on to the third capabilities, which is related to transportation. So here we wanted to understand brands' plans in terms of speed of delivery, which is a very important topic. And we found out that brands have aggressive targets when it comes to reducing speed of delivery. So for instance, if we take domestic delivery, in one day is still for now an exception on the market, but an increasing number of brands in the US and EU are planning to achieve the one-day target in the next 3 years. And overall, if we look at the domestic delivery perspective, the norm should be under 3 days for a majority of our respondents. When it comes to continental delivery, the standard should be also under 3 days for the US and 4 to 5 days in Europe. However, despite these aggressive targets, we found that in terms of the practices that our brands have, only a minority are using truly dynamic and best fit rules with our transportation partners to optimize their operation. So to cut distance and delivery times with our transportation partners, which results in some of these key challenges that we are seeing on these charts, which primarily lie in reducing the speed of delivery by finding more flexibility with their partners, and also managing transportation costs efficiently, especially in the last mile step. We can look also on this chart at the differences between US and Europe. We see that in US, brands report struggling primarily with lack of transportation partner flexibility and the high cost of the last mile delivery. While in Europe, brands are challenged with satisfying the promised delivery time for 34% of them. Let me now jump to the digital aspect of it. So when it comes to the digital system in place, although brands are claiming to have quite a fairly sophisticated IT software setup, again, we see that it's only a few who are really able to get real-time operational KPIs of their supply chains and manage issues in real time. The majority of brands have automated efficiency analysis on a monthly or a weekly basis, but not in real time. And this is reflected in the key challenges that we see on this chart. On top of all challenge, we can see, of course, security, which is an important topic. But when it comes down to logistics, US brands point out primarily the lack of IT systems integration and inadequacy of IT software to answer their needs for 41% and 39% of them. While in Europe, brands are concerned about low data governance for 48% of them, to basic analytics capabilities, 40%, and low adoption of IT system for 38% of them. Lastly, customer service. We talked about this one early on in our presentation because customer service is indeed perceived as the brand that the capability that brand wants to improve the most. And here what we find is that only a minority of brands have an optimized range assortment for each channels and also end customer visibility on product availability across channels. So challenges that brands are facing relate to increasing flexibility in their delivery location and providing more visibility to end customer on the delivery process. Other challenges that are mentioned also relate to cost and speed of delivery in the US, and in Europe, missed sales due to product unavailability or lack of control on the last mile delivery. So now, obviously, these challenges overall are based on our 200 brands, but in fact, challenges will differ based on where you are on your journey. And that's why we set out to assess brands' e-commerce maturity to identify the different levels and what are the key action and challenges they need to address. So you may wonder at this point what this means for you, or maybe even what would be your maturity, your e-logistic maturity score. And so hopefully the following will give you a few initial pointers. So first of all, as I mentioned, we assessed overall e-commerce maturity for our 200 brands. Then we identified 3 maturity segments based on their score across e-logistic dimension. We find a high maturity segment, average maturity segment, and low maturity segments. The 3 of them representing roughly around 1/3 of the sample each. So let's deep dive a little bit into what are their key characteristics and what are the key challenges that they face. So starting with high maturity brands, obviously are the most advanced in their practices and capabilities. Their current share of online business is around 8% on average, and they want to achieve 31% in the next 3 years. The key challenges that these brands are facing relates to how to quickly adapt their logistics to fast e-commerce volume growth, and also how to offer more flexibility in delivery services and reduce delivery time. And the last one is more around how they need to improve operation efficiency and cost rationalization, especially when it comes to inventory management and systems. So high cost of maintaining different systems. Now, if we look at the average maturity segment, these brands are developing also strongly against the same capabilities, but as the high maturity one, but of course at a less advanced level. Their current share of online revenue is around 6% on average, and they want to achieve 31% in the next 3 years. The specific challenge of this brand will be to further integrate store into their logistic network, which is not done systematically. Secondly, it will be about achieving operational efficiency, so further integrating online and store inventories to improve data governance, as we see that they still have multiple inventories that are separate by channel. And thirdly, they tend to equally invest in a broad range of actions with no clear sense of prioritization. So they will have to come right with the area they prioritize first. Finally, when it comes to the low maturity segments, this one is quite a diverse group with basic logistic practices, but standing actively implementing new capabilities, taking the crisis as an opportunity to invest in logistics. Their current share of direct online business is around 5%, and they want to achieve 22% on average in the next 3 years. And the key challenge they will face in order to achieve that is, first of all, to get better accuracy of inventory data. They still rely on too many manual inventory processes. Also decrease their logistic cost while sustaining high e-commerce volume growth, and a lack of control over the last mile delivery. So as you can see, in the future, brands will have to craft e-commerce logistic strategies that are tailored to their own e-commerce maturity level. And now I would like to hand over to Ashwani, who will share with you key conclusion based on the insights we have just shared. Over to you, Ash.
Thank you for the insights, Melina. I'm sure a lot of our audience can relate to what you've just said. And just to remind everyone, I'm sure you have a lot of questions for Melina. Please do post them and we'll be happy to take them on towards the end of the session. Geodis started this journey of creating this product and solution almost 18 months ago. So honestly, like all of you, we didn't know COVID is coming, which is unfortunate. But obviously, as Melina has explained, this has created furthermore challenges for us and for brands to go very quickly into an omni-channel environment and address their logistic solutions and scale them up to keep in line with the ambition of a high growth pattern. So let's now see what could be the possible solutions and how this journey could be made much easier. As we saw from what Melina mentioned from the survey inputs, the brands anticipate and want explosive growth in e-commerce sales, and on an average, they are in a position of about 5% of the total sales online, and they want to go as high as 25 to 31% in the next 3 years. While a lot of our players in the market today are doing a fabulous job, but just to scale this up from a 5 to 25 or 30%, there's a lot that needs to be done. Before we go into what is the delivery, let's understand that the customer experience to us is a component of two critical parts: the purchasing experience plus the delivery experience. The purchasing experience is something that the brands are very capable of and do an excellent job, whether online, websites, or any kind of communication media. But the second part of the customer experience is the delivery experience. And this is where they need a lot of support to enable and create the right experience for the customer overall. What are the needs of the moment in e-commerce operations? As you would have all gathered, inventory needs to move closer to the final customer, whether it is in stores, hubs, DCs, fulfillment centers. And why? Because of the three critical letters we use in e-commerce: ATP, or availability to promise, and we have enhanced this by saying HLAT and availability to promise. Availability to promise is not just about making sure you have excess and extra stock in every location. No, it's about having the right number of quantities of each SKU in the location that it's meant to be to serve that particular market, which means that you would also need a huge amount of forecasting and market intelligence. The stores will have to be activated as a new last mile. We are now hearing concepts of dark stores, micro fulfillment centers, stores being enabled for experience centers. And why is this important? This is important because we need to get back the profitability from delivery, returns, and exchanges. And instead of doing delivery and returns directly from a DC or fulfillment model today, we will have to move this into a location closer to the final customer. A long-term perspective of inventory forecasting will lead to major optimization. What are we meaning to say by this? We are developing a tool which we are piloting now, along with the partners for omnichannel order management system, where using machine learning and analytics over a year of the sales data, if you're working with Geodis as an example, we'll actually be able to understand how much quantity or which SKU you need to place or position in which store, which hub, which fulfillment center, or whichever location. What does this mean to you? On a vertical integration, you can actually design and decide how much you want to manufacture, what raw materials you want, and you can completely lead this to asset optimization in terms of warehousing space or equipment, in terms of working capital optimization, in terms of inventory optimization, and overall a clear competitive advantage in terms of your business plan. And as we said earlier, this also leads to profitability in terms of the returns and exchanges being managed much better. So what are the omni-channel strategic business objectives? In our opinion, there are clearly 4 pillars. One, the trust, the loyalty in the brand, extending the brand promise. You need to deliver the same experience online to an e-shopper as the e-shopper would experience to get it physically in a store. This is very important. Scaling up the logistics, as Melinda has explained during her insights, build a scalable and efficient omni-channel distribution fulfillment model to enable profitable growth. And this comes both from the optimization, as I mentioned to you in the previous slide, but also in terms of the complete management of the e-fulfillment or fulfillment location. The next pillar talks about creating the inventory visibility. So you need a real-time inventory visibility across all your hubs, nodes, stores, fulfillment locations, in transit, with supplier. You need to know where the product is. You need to know the product physically where it is today and how much of that quantity of that SKU you could probably have available to deliver ATP over the next couple of days or couple of hours even. So getting to understand a clear inventory without letting go of inventory ownership or management and just getting the real-time view is today extremely, extremely critical. To the extent if someone goes and returns a particular shirt or a size 42 of a shirt in red color at a store, you need that inventory captured and updated real time, because that helps you in reducing your overstock, understock positions. It helps you move inventory and balance from one store to another store. It helps you fulfill the ATP promise. Along with that, investing in CRM. We talked about the purchase experience, the direct to customer approach. The brands do need to now start getting control over the final e-shopper, their behavior, their cart size, repeat sales, and obviously being able to send across more promotional material digitally and physically. To get control of the e-shopper, which is currently with, say, marketplaces and retailers, you have to invest in CRM because you have to drive the traffic for the sales yourself personally. And this is a journey. Moving on from here, what are the key omnichannel imperatives and capabilities? So if you simply put together what we discussed so far, supply chain wide inventory visibility across all customer channels and all your warehouses. Order sourcing and orchestration, making intelligent decisions of where to source your demand. Flexible fulfillment and dropship models, So you have to sell on marketplaces. It's a great channel. They do a great job. E-commerce retailers do a fabulous job. But you need to take control of doing drop ship, and you don't necessarily want to keep inventory or excess inventory with them either. Flexible fulfillment, multiple delivery options. The e-shopper is today demanding various scenarios. Could be a shop pickup, could be curbside, could be buy online, pick up in store, could be obviously delivered to the e-shopper from the store itself. Flexible and multiple options. Returning in store, definitely, including exchanges. And the overall visibility and monitoring of the complete reactive and proactive alerting, which forms the backbone of the customer service element. You must know not only where your stock is, but where you're balancing it and how you're enabling it. You also need to get control over save the sale. So if there's a customer who's living in, say, the 9th arrondissement in Paris and who buys a product on a .com, the brand would try and fulfill that product from the store locally. If that product is not available in the nearest store, you will try and reposition that product from the store, which is probably a few kilometers away, so that the customer can maybe come back later in the day or next day and pick up that product. Or you could have a save the sale situation where you say, if there are 5 pieces of this SKU in this particular store, do not deliver e-shopper experience from here because we need it for walk-in customers. So all these flexibilities, you need control in your hand. You need to be able to put rules in the order sourcing and orchestration yourself and be able to get multiple options or alternates in your hand to decide which is the best balance of last mile provider, cost and time, to make sure that the e-shopper experience is complete. Today, if you see on the left side, a brand could possibly have one continental major DC, and I'm saying a DC, not a fulfillment center, say somewhere in the north of Europe. If a sale is triggered on your .com, you would tend to deliver the product to at least 23% of the e-shopper community within 1 day. But for the rest of Europe, it could take you anything from 4 to 14 days, in a very complicated way of doing things. So what you would tend to do is move to the right-hand side of the slide, where either you need to position product in multiple locations, incur a heavy cost of inventory carrying and operations, and middle mile transportation, or you would simply, as Belinda mentioned earlier, take the easier route and go to marketplaces, which is fine. They do a fabulous job. And through these, say, 4 locations or multiple locations, you would be able to serve 91% of the population in 2 days and 57% in 1 day. So what Geodis has done is we have already gone ahead and activated 4 of our multiple sites in Europe, one in Lichfield in UK, another one in Venlo, another one in Saint-Cyr-en-Val, southeast of Paris, and another one still in next to Milan and Castel San Giovanni as multi-brand e-fulfillment locations. You can put in your fast-moving SKUs in any of these locations, and then we are able to cater to your last mile requirements very quickly. We are completely agnostic to your current warehousing operations, WMS and TMS. You're most welcome to stitch that into our enterprise single inventory view or omni-channel order management system. And in addition, have the flexibility of having these multi-brand e-fulfillment locations to support your existing physical and digital environment. So in terms of physical, you have the warehousing, you have the middle mile and last mile, and we have brought on board probably one of the best in class omni-channel order management systems, which has been running in the market for over 10 years. And this omni-channel order management system has been stitched up by us into our ecosystem, into WMSs, TMSs, carrier labels, thereby ensuring that your go-to-market into an omni-channel environment is extremely fast and very agile. And on an average, depending on the complexity, we can make you go live between 4 to 16 weeks. Similarly, very quickly in the US, we have created 5 locations to cover 98% of the e-shoppers in 2 days and 48% in one day. So what does this mean for brands? The challenges we aim to solve with Geodis eLogistics, which is our branded product, is giving you an additional alternative to marketplaces so that when you ramp up from 5% to 25 to 30% of online sales, you have a creditable, neutral logistics player. We are not a marketplace, we are purely a neutral logistics player to give you the exact experience of e-fulfillment and order orchestration. Number two, you get control over the e-shopper behavior and experiences, which clearly gives you loads of data in your CRM to decide what your forecasting is, where and how much you should produce, and that leads to straight optimization. You get sales commission by going direct to consumer on your own web shop. And finally, there are a lot of instances we see on LinkedIn and social media where products were created as gray market in competition to brands, and therefore you can obviously circumvent this issue as well. What is our final messaging? We fully realize that getting the right e-commerce resources in the market is not an easy job. The market has issues about having the right people. So Geodis is your knowledge resource to help you go omnichannel quickly and efficiently, help you integrate your IT platforms, help you do solution design, working together as a project team with your people, and deciding what is the best optimized last mile carrier, middle mile consolidation, or the overall footprint. And this is a continuous, consistent improvement journey. To give you proof of the concept, we are more than happy if you contact us to run a joint business value assessment workshop, at the end of which we will jointly, along with your team, identify qualitative and quantitative benefits over the next 5 years, which is literally a business case for your C-level decision making. Finally, getting e-commerce logistics right, as Melinda and I have discussed and presented to you, for making them faster, leaner, and scalable, e-logistics is the core of e-commerce success. As Clea mentioned in the starting, this white paper, which was just launched yesterday, hot off the press, is now available for you for download. With that, Clea, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Ashwani. That was such a great and, I suppose, dense session in terms of so much information. So it's hard to know where to begin. We do have a few questions I'd like to share with you, and maybe to begin with Melina first. So in the study, we have a question from Carlos. Did you consider returns in the customer experience aspect? If so, are retailers able to support this costly flow? Melina?
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
Consider return, but I guess it's more of a question that Ash can answer at this point.
Okay, Ashwani?
Yeah, so to the first part of the question, yes, Accenture have studied returns completely, and the data is available to you in the white paper. And very clearly, it came out that returns are affecting direct profitability, and they are being done only in an option to come back to the DC or fulfillment center only. So yes, there was a complete study done on returns, and you can find the data available. But also, as I spoke to you in my section, we find that the criticality of profitability, of overstock, understock, is around the critical point of returns. And not only that, finally, if you can get your returns and exchanges correct, you improve your customer experience, but more importantly, you can increase your inventory turn or inventory churn, whatever you may like to call it, and that's a clear winner.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We have a question from Ben around sustainability. So he's asking, did your study examine the sustainability aspect that brands face and their overall level of focus on sustainability? If so, were there any trends in terms of specific projects, for example, e.g. electronic vehicles?
Yes, so we are seeing a lot of options in the market, Ben, which you all are aware of. In terms of our e-logistics environment, Obviously, there's a lot of savings with the brands, and we can enable together in the consolidated middle mile when you move your product B2B. Uh, Suppose you're relocating the inventory to your store level, and then you have savings. In the last mile, now we have clearly two different last mile options. One is what we call the last mile B2C or D2C, which goes from a hub or node or a store to the final e-shopper, which is not so sustainable currently, unfortunately, except the second part of the last mile, which is happening now more from a store or a micro fulfillment center or in a local mega city environment where you have a lot of cycle modes, electric bike modes. You're absolutely right. And these will lead to sustainability. And also in the plenary session yesterday morning in Deliver, we saw Massimo, the CEO of Prenatal, talking of the circular economy of trying to recircle baby strollers, which I thought was a brilliant idea. So I think there's a responsibility both on part of the brands themselves in innovating ideas towards circular economy and reuse and sharing economy of products, and a big responsibility on our part as logistics companies to partner with you and see where all this could be driven. But honestly, there are bits and pieces, and there's no clear leadership, and we all need to work together in making this a better world.
So Ashwani, we have another question from Lou in regards to free delivery. So with a lot of new online shoppers coming online who are used to getting it without a delivery charge from the store, do you expect the trend to move more towards free delivery or more convenient delivery? So drop-off points, day of choice, pre-midday, etc.
Lou, you're right. So it really depends on the product and the convenience. So this could differ very much if you're looking at a click to collect, click to deliver environment for say a source like Carrefour or Monoprix in France or Albert Heijn in the Netherlands or whatever. And this could differ very largely if you're into a product which needs a more of an experience, so people need to try out clothing or have an excitement around picking it up. But that's why we see in the current situation that curbside pickups, buy online, pickup in store, creating stores as an experience center is gaining extreme importance, because we will have to give the flexibility to the e-shopper as to where they want to pick up the product, when they want to pick it up, flexibility of changing time and location at the last minute. And not only that, overall, you absolutely said it correctly. If an e-shopper is walking into the shop to pick up the product, two things happen. It takes off the strain of having the capacity in the last mile to deliver, and there's a limited capacity today. But we do see some social media and news items where brands are now giving incentive to the e-shopper or the shopper walking into the store by giving them some discounts to actually come and walk in and pick up the product. So what you're saying is a reality, but again, we are from the logistics side, and the best people to enable this experience would be the brands, and I can tell you they're really innovating at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Ashwani, I'm just going to give you one final question before we wrap up from Valerie. If we already have an OMS in place, can we use the fulfillment network?
Absolutely. So we pride in working the digital to physical to digital end-to-end experience. And even if you have an OMS in place, you would still need a lot of help in terms of analytics, the machine learning, the WMS, the TMS environments, carrier labels, the supervision and integrating the last miles, and getting the full visibility and back office customer experience. Maybe even if you have OMS, you have not integrated the stores environment into it. So then the stores can be brought in additionally. So obviously we both need to sit together and have a discussion. And that's why we refer to the business value assessment workshop, which is a good engagement tool to understand the capabilities of brands where they are in the multi-channel journey and to go to omni-channel. But to the point and answer directly, we are open to any kind of discussions which can improve your delivery experience.
And Ashwani, just to wrap up then, what in terms of next steps and getting engaged in conversation with you, what's the best way to do that?
So Claire, firstly, we would encourage the brands to download the white paper, because that also talks about not only the maturity assessment, returns, and the questions that have been asked in detail, It also talks about the possible solutions. But honestly, please reach out to me in Juris, to my team, and we'll be more than happy to have initial discussion and explaining the full concept to you, to your team, engaging with you, making you comfortable on how fast you can go online on omni-channel, how convenient the journey is, and what's in it for us together. And after the concept, which we can enable very quickly over the next couple of weeks, maybe 1 hour, 1.5 hour discussion digitally, we can then decide jointly to go for the business value assessment workshop, which could take a day to day and a half, but the results are immediate for you to see as a business case. And then you have a very creditable answer in front of you in terms of integration resources, integration cost, and what are your clear returns over the next 5 years in making you go from a 5% to hopefully 30% online.
Thank you so much to you both, for that great presentation. And thank you also to you, our audience, for participating. We got so many questions and comments, so thank you for that. Keep them coming for our next session, and I hope to see you there.
Thank you. As Claire mentioned, we have just launched our white paper hot off the press just yesterday, and this will be available to you for download.
Hello and welcome to you all again to this live interactive workshop sponsored by our partner PackSize. The topic and focus of this session is packaging automation in e-commerce warehouses, how JYSK gained productivity and customer satisfaction with automated on-demand packaging. Learn about what JYSK was facing and what has been achieved, plus the latest trends and developments. Again, I encourage you to get involved, participate in our polls, post your questions and comments. We really would love to hear from you. So I'm now delighted to introduce our two speakers on our virtual stage. We have Karsten Dickmann, who is the PackSize Marketing Director for Europe. Karsten has extensive experience in sales and marketing with companies like Continental AG, Bosch Group and Varta. And we have Martin Jonsson, who is Vice President of Enterprise Sales Europe. Martin has more than 25 years in the European packaging industry. So welcome to you both. Welcome, Karsten. I might just open up the session with a question for you. With COVID, with the year that we're in, how has this affected your business? Can you maybe give us some insight?
The question goes to me?
Yes, of course.
So, hello everybody. Yeah, COVID has in fact affected our business. Not that bad, actually, because what we really see, and I think that's a common finding that we have with the e-commerce industry, is that obviously order increases have been taken place since COVID and lockdown started, right? So, as a matter of fact, there was really a push for the business rather than a decline. Of course, we did a small dip down initially, but in the end, we see that e-commerce is growing and booming even more with COVID-19.
Good. So do you want to kick off your presentation?
Yeah, I will. Thank you very much, Clear, and compliments again for you and the whole Deliver team to having set this up purely digital. It's kind of new experience for all of us, I think, but we start to kind of like it actually, because it's very efficient and very tight and dense. So we like that basically.
Yes, we love that feedback. So, thank you, Karsten.
Let me start the presentation. So as a matter of fact, Martin Jonsson is not with us right now because he's still in discussions and talks with his counterparts in e-commerce, but he's the responsible account manager for JYSK. And JYSK, that's a Danish company, Danish-based company that handle and commerce bedding and home decoration items. And the name of JYSK is practically as coming from the island of Jutland. So Jutland in Denmark. So if a Dutch, if a guy from the Netherlands is called Dutch, then a guy from Jutland would be called JYSK. So that's what it's coming from. And what I want to talk you through here is how they evaluated the situation in their warehouses regarding e-commerce of their goods, shipping and preparing for shipping, and how they could make that more efficient. And to start off with that, we want to talk a little bit about facts and figures. Who is JYSK? What did they achieve so far? And what are their ambitions? Where are they located? And all this. And the first part of it is then about the Uldum distribution center and its challenges. That's a central distribution center in Denmark that serves the whole Scandinavian area as well as also East European countries. And then we would like to introduce you into the principle of on-demand packaging. So what is on-demand packaging doing? And how can on-demand packaging be solution to overcome challenges that JYSK faced before? And then, having talked about this, we want to show you the before and after on-demand packaging at JYSK and the benefits that could have been achieved. followed by an outlook into the process integration and more process integration and more automation at the JYSK distribution centers. What we would like to have is your active participation. So we reserved some time at the end of the presentation to give you the chance to put questions to us, to ask your concerns, to ask about interesting things that you would like to deeper. But feel free to use the chat function whenever you like and to ask your questions. Yeah, just use it, and we will be, and Clea will be so kind to interrupt me, and then we will go to the question.
On that point, Karsten, I'll give you the first question from Oliver. As JYSK also sells beddings, towels, etc., do you box them or bag them? Do you use customized bags too?
There are some bags, and there have been bags before. As far as I know right now, they use just boxes, but they work with bags, and I think for certain products they might even stay with bags, but mainly it's corrugated boxes.
Great.
Okay, let me talk you a little bit through the JYSK brands and the positioning of JYSK. So here on the screen you see JYSK is the main brand basically. And underneath that, there is the German affiliate of JYSK, which is more speaking than the word JYSK. It's Danisches Bettenlager, so a warehouse for Danish beds and bedding items. That's the famous brand name in Germany. And the organization of JYSK and Danish Bettenlager is quite separated. So JYSK is taking care of a certain European region, and Danisches Bettenlager is taking care about Germany and the southern part of Germany, whereas JYSK is taking care of Scandinavia, Nordic, and also East European countries. And then regarding the market position, quite interesting, the top 30 of 2020. Number one in furniture and home deco, who might that be? It's IKEA, another customer of Pack Size, by the way. Number two is XXX Lutz Group of Austria. And then the third name is Lars Larsen. And Lars Larsen Retail stands for JYSK. So Lars Larsen is the founder of JYSK and is number 3 in the European furniture market. So quite interesting. Some facts and figures commercially. Turnover in 2017, 2018 was about 3.6 million. And in 2018, 2019, so there's an overlapping business here, it was almost 3.8 billion euros. So a turnover increase of 6.30. And the development in 2019 to 2020 is even more increasing, and the COVID situation encouraged and accelerated the business growth of JYSK even more. So they have high increase rates. So the number of JYSK stores is increasing as well. So it approached towards the end of 2018-19 almost 3,000 stores all over Europe. And the number, I'm pretty sure, has succeeded now the barrier of 3,000. And they are all over Europe. And they are served by central distribution centers. And the main and Danish one is the one in Uldum, where we started our activities with as well. Then we have Radomsko in Poland. And we have the distribution center of Nasjö in Sweden. And then the one in Bulgaria that I'm not able to pronounce. I'm sorry for that. And 2 in Germany, which is Kamlach and Sarrentin. And with pack size, we started it in Uldum in Denmark, and we are now in all of these 6 except Kamlach in Germany. But the German activities and the German on-demand and automated packaging activities started in Sarrentin in the eastern part of Germany, very close to Berlin, actually. So when we started with JYSK, then we found certain challenges and certain situations in their warehouse in Uldum. And this is basically a circumstance and a condition that we found with all our customers, because we find a very familiar phenomenon in warehouses, and especially at the customers that receive online orders, because they always struggle with getting a too big box compared to the product or to the products that they ordered. And here's a video showing that very transparent. Go ahead. So yeah, this is what we are all facing, right? As end consumers, we open boxes with products that we ordered online, and we find that there is too much and excessive packaging. So the box is too big, there's a lot of air in the box, there is plastic in the box, there are air cushions, and this is exactly also the situation we found at the Uldum DC. And I just talked this morning with the responsible project manager in there in Uldum. It's Pernille Haundrup, and she told me, well, you put this picture of Uldum, but now this one is even bigger. So we increased this, these buildings here that you see in the image by now. This is not a current picture. Their operations have been enhanced, and this building is not the same as it is now. But what we found inside when we just started then was this situation. So the whole packaging process was pretty much manual, right? So orders have been there, and on the left-hand side on the image, you see also the bags for some bulky stuff. And these are the orders, and this is the staging of the orders. And on the next right image, there you see standard boxes. So they worked with 6 standard pre-made boxes that they ordered in certain quantities, hoping that they would find for every order an appropriate box with these 6 sizes. So you can operate that way, but there might be options for improvement. And the pallets on the right show that most boxes are pretty much in the same size. There are some bags left, and they are quite difficult also to stack. And it's not really that they have been satisfied with that. And also, they needed to have all these plastic bags for soft products. They had a lot of challenges in palletizing the orders, and they got quite heavy freight penalties from their carriers. So GLS, for example, put penalties for oversizing of boxes for too big boxes that they had to ship. So they had to pay really penalties on that. And shipment quality, of course, was a great issue for JYSK, because the shipment quality means also the perceived quality of the product when it arrives to the customer. So they really wanted to change these aspects and these images, how packaging was executed at JYSK and how packaging and products arrived at home with online orders.
Just a question from
So-
Oscar, Karsten, to just interrupt you briefly. So the question is on-demand packaging for Jysk focused on B2C e-commerce, retail business, or both? Just to clarify that.
It's
perhaps.
both.
Okay.
It's both. So the distribution centers, they send both their products to the 3,000 stores that are around in Europe, and also to end consumers on the online platform. So it's both.
Great.
Okay, so the why did they change their processes? Why did they change their processes and their appearance of and their targets for packaging processes and for the perceived quality of goods to be shipped? So first aim was to uniform and the packaging and to ensure high quality of packaging. And also they wanted to make it very clear. They wanted to have reliable overall quality perception. And for a reliable overall quality perception of product, packaging, they considered as a huge factor. So it's not only the quality of the product as such, but also the quality of the packaging, how it arrives to customers. So the third, but not least, maybe target was to increase packaging process productivity. So when they did 20 orders per person per hour to be packed, then they wanted to increase that, of course. And how was that established? So we have been to the warehouse in Uldum and we looked at it together. We reviewed the whole situation and tried to optimize processes. So it's not that we make an offer already when we start thinking about a solution, but we have to understand first together with the customer, in this case Jysk, how the situation is and how and where PEXAS really can contribute with value. So it's not a pushing of technology or machines or whatsoever. It's analyzing and optimizing the process in order to get the results that we are jointly aiming for. And this test period in Uldum starts in March 2017 for 6 months. And the results coming in have been quite promising. So it was decided to go live with it and to continue this in Denmark, in Uldum, but also to roll that out to distribution centers in Poland and in Sweden. So the first installation then was basically done in Uldum in Denmark in 2017, and in 2018 we got the second installation in Poland, and then in May 2018 in Sweden. The latest installation then was 2020 in Bulgaria. And in parallel, with a separate responsibility, we also started then the on-demand packaging project with the Sarrentin distribution center in Germany, and they had other objectives and they just packed bulky products, but they started somewhere in 2018, 2019 then, and have established their projects right now.
Sebastian asked Karsten, what is the product profile from Jysk? It appears to be mainly small. Have they also looked into large parcel?
No, absolutely. They have looked into both, and you will see that in a bit, Sebastian. So it's both bulky and small stuffs, and they run on 2 different branches of the production line, but it's both. And PEXAS basically is coming from the bulky stuff. So where we started was furniture and we could pack entire mounted cabinets as well as beds, stuff like this. And Jysk has basically the same assortment. So they have their beds and their long goods and they have their small deco items. So it's both. Yeah. So how does on-demand packaging actually works? The main principle is you get a right-sized box for any order, for every order. So you don't have any kind of batch production that you have to build 500 boxes of this side and then 100 of the other and so on. You get the right size box for each and every single order, lot size 1, just when you need it. So when it comes out of the production line, it goes into shipping, you get the right size box. And how is that done? You just need to know or to measure the dimensions of your product, length, width, and height. So it's not just the volume, the liters or something, it's the length, width, and height. Because you can imagine it's different to pack a pair of ski compared to pack a pair of sneakers. But it might be almost the same volume, right? But there is a cubic analysis based on the dimensions of the product, and then you get the right sized box in each and every case just in time. And this can be, so to know the dimension can be handled in various ways. You can measure them manually. You can measure them with a laser scanner. You can run them through a gate that will be automatically measure the dimensions, or you get the data right off your warehouse management system and just build a connection to the technology. And then as soon as the right barcode is coming in, you will get the right box. The basis for all that is endless corrugated cardboard, as you see on the left page of this image. So you are completely independent from the length of the product. And for the width, you work with different cardboard width, and this will be installed and analyzed in the project. So the result, a tailored box for every product, one box after the other, right-sized. It's right at the packaging location, and it's just in time for the shipment. So very efficient and very close. But these are 1,000 words. A small video helps you to understand how that works. In this case, we have a volumetric scanner here that scans the dimension and sends it automatically to the machine. So off we go with the video. So this is how on-demand packaging is working. That's the working principle. It's pretty easy, and you can see it's very flexible. You can pack single orders and you can pack multiple orders. Important is that you always know and register the dimensions of the order, length, width, and height, and then automatically the right-sized box will be packaged. And not only the right-sized box, also the layout and the design of the box can be defined, because you can imagine if you send a picture with a picture frame, then it's pretty delicate, and you need to design into the box a kind of edge protection, things like that. So you are completely flexible with the size of boxes, but also with the design and layout of the carton.
And Karsten Oliver asked the question, do you have correct dimensions in the WMS, or is this happening right before you pack the items?
So here at JYSK, that depends on the situation that you have in your warehouse, in your specific warehouse. At JYSK, they don't have the dimensions in their warehouse management system, at least not the dimensions of all their products. So what they do there is to measure them with a laser scanner or with that volumetric scanner that you just saw. So that gate that looks like a gate in the airport for the security check, then the product runs through it and registers the data basically, and they can be turned back into the warehouse management system. Or the ideal case would be you send the data with drop files directly to the machine out of your existing warehouse management data. So these are the options basically that you have.
And just one more question before I know you want to move on, but how does JYSK manage the different Tetris products, inside of the box? So it looks like to Pedro, the operation is only mono SKU inside of each box.
Yeah, it's not only monos SKU, it can also handle more than these. Like seen in this video, there have been an assortment of 3 or 4 different boxes, and they can run through this laser scanner and will then be registered as an entire order consisting of 4 single products or 5 single products, and will then be cubed into the box. So this data, which will be registered then when going through this scanner, will be communicated directly to the machine, and the machine will produce the appropriate sheet of corrugated.
Good.
All right. So what on-demand packaging basically does is it makes packaging smaller and more sustainable. You can see those 2 pallets here in this image. That's exactly the same number of orders with the same kind of products. On the left hand, without PackSize technology, on the right hand with PackSize technology. This is Staples in the US. That's a real picture that we always do when analyzing with our customers the potential products. Then we take their orders, a certain amount of orders, and pack them then with the PackSize on-demand technology, and the result is this. So packaging is getting smaller. You will get more boxes onto one truck. So you have a 20% on an average reduction of cardboard. You have 60% less void fill, so that doesn't need to be much plastics, or maybe not even a single piece of plastic in the box. And you don't ship air basically, and you get more box to the trucks. This means for every 100,000 square meters of corrugated that you build your boxes with, you save 25 tons of CO2. So that's quite a significant number. With 300 million boxes produced at our customer sites in 2018, 75,000 tons of CO2 have been saved. So that's a significant saving. So you save material, you save costs. It's an economic factor. You increase and gain efficiency in your warehouses, and you do something good for the planet. And I think this is even more important in these times than ever. So this is then the new appearance in the JYSK warehouse, in this case here in Uldum in Denmark. And you see the upper part here of this axis of these conveyors. These are the small goods picked into totes and then going into this disto area where the dimensions of each order is measured. This is the machine that produces then the right size box for each product and order. And here is the packing table then to bring that into the outbound area. And the lower piece down here, you see there are the longer goods here, the longer boxes and longer products. They run through this gate scanner, through this volumetric scanner. The dimensions are automatically measured and go then into this folding table over here to make it shipment ready. And you can see if you compare these images with the ones before, that this palletizing is looking much better, and you have much more different box sizes than they had before when we just saw basically this one. And here behind that, you can see also the longer goods packed very, very flat, basically, in order to save these dimensions for the shipments. So that's what it looked like. And basically compared to before, it's much more organized and therefore much more productive. So these are then the appearances after having implemented this solution and on-demand packaging processes into the warehouse in Sarrentin in Germany for the Danish Bettenlager. You see the appearance of the products is pretty much the same. In Sarrentin, they just concentrate on the bulky stuff as well as on product protection. What you see here on the right, what I told you before is you are completely independent with the size of the box, but you're also very flexible with the design of the box. So here it's folded. So this is really to protect delicate things like glass or like mirrors with that appropriate packaging layout and design here. So that's what they achieved as well.
So Carsten,
yeah, and
so Pierre has a question. What is the budget to have this machinery, equipment, and license in the warehouse?
So the budget is very much contained. I cannot tell you. Who was putting this question, Clea? Pierre. So Pierre, I cannot tell you because you have to tell me the conditions that you have right now, you know? So the concept and the idea that we have is that we come to your warehouses, to your operations to see and jointly decide and analyze where we can bring value. And the beauty of this concept is that we developed that together. And as a matter of fact, you don't have to buy the machine. So anything you decide, and it's not only a machine, it's a complete set of service and conveyors and accessories and stuff like that. So we will set up the project together. We will make a business case in every case, and then decide will we gain value with PackSize technology or won't we get value? Won't we gain value? And then we make the common decision. This is the way we go. But you don't have to pay the machines. You don't have to buy the machines. This is a model that you buy basically the packaging as a service, and we give you the machines into your production line. You have to pay a kind of installation fee, but everything else you pay based on your consumption. So it's a kind of leasing business model. You pay basically the consumption of the endless corrugated that we would supply to you. But how big this consumption is and what your actual solution is, we cannot tell you right now and on the spot because we don't know your situation. We could go completely automated, or we could go flexible and automated both together, like they did in Jysk, for example. Or we could go just flexible and not that fast, for example, with bulky items. And for all these applications, PackSize offers a wide range of opportunities with different technologies. So either you go for full automation or you go for full flexibility. And in between, there are a lot of different solutions that we can't give you an exact price tag on. It's an analysis that we do together then when doing the project. Right. One step back. So the results of ODP, of on-demand packaging at Jysk. You see the images before and after, and I think they speak for themselves. But really measurable results have been the productivity of the packaging increased by 25%. So more orders in an hour have been done by less people. And very important, oversized fines from carriers have been decreased significantly. So all these carriers that imposed oversized fines at Jysk had to reduce that or did not do that anymore because the boxes came out perfectly fitting and therefore smaller than before. The average, the three first lines, they go for the Jysk operations in Uldum in Denmark. And now we come to the Zarentin one in Germany. So they reduced the average packing time for a box to less than 1 minute per order. Before, it was significantly over 5 minutes. So this is really a leap in these operations from 5 point something minutes per box per person. They went down to 1 minute per order. And they have been able to, from this very hard working stuff, to reduce the number of 6 FTEs to 5 FTEs. Not to release them and send them home, but to hand over more efficient workload to this guy saved. And also the return rates have significantly reduced because at the customers, when they ordered, they received accurate boxes and not broken boxes. So a huge increase or reduction in the return rate. So what they basically got is a better image of the boxes that have been shipped, better freight rates, less oversized fines, a better efficiency and operations in the warehouse, and also a labor reduction.
Martin has just joined us. I know he was busy with the one-to-one meeting. So Martin, is there anything you want to say on foot of what Karsten has just wrapped up there with the benefits at Jysk?
Yes, I think this is, when you look at automation, it's important that you always look at what is possible today and for tomorrow, because flexibility is sort of limiting automation a little bit. What range of flexibility do I want in my solution? And with Jysk, we really managed to combine that well with their wide range of products. And that is the complex part. We are also addressing how can we now increase this even further. We can, from our sort of machine that is standing in the Jysk solution, reach up to 220 boxes an hour. That's maximum. We have done some stress tests, and then the people should be able to handle them, which gave us a result of 186 boxes an hour. But yes, that is a tough achievement for people to handle. If you want to increase that even further, then you need to sort of limit the scope of your products, because there is not all solution for one machine. It's a combined way. There is not one that fits everything. But we have solutions up to plus 1,000 boxes an hour, but that is within a certain range and so on. So I think this is a very good sort of overview of the possibilities with automation, and also to take into the decision-making process if you go for a box first or a box last scenario. And what that is, that, I mean, either you pick your goods, you bring them to the machine, to the conveyor or something, where you can decant and you can wrap them through our automated solutions, or you can even pick directly into the box. We can make the box perfect fitting every order, and you can then pick direct into the box, which is, when you have the article information, a very, very good solution for many customers. So would be super happy to talk to all of you about these possibilities.
Thanks, Martin. Back to you, Carsten.
Thank you, Martin. I think the most important point is the one I mentioned before. It depends all on the assortment you want to run through these lines. Yeah, the difference between a ski and a pair of sneakers. So with a pair of sneakers, you can go fully automated at full speed. We just installed at eobuwie in Poland. That's the Zalando of Poland. And there it goes with more than 1,000 boxes in an hour, right? Or you have all that bulky stuff, and then you come down to, let's say, 150, 200 boxes an hour. So it depends on the assortment you have and which products you would like to run where. So also a combination is possible, but it depends very much on the assortment you have. So that's the most important message we can give you. Yeah, and the outlook for JYSK basically is we would like to have even more packaging automation and process integration. So what we've improved here is just the packaging process as such, so creating a box, but then afterwards there's the necessity also to erect the box, to pick the products into it, and then to close it and to label it, and this is all possible to get this from PackSize as well. And when JYSK started, they just concentrated on this right-sized packaging and the optimization of the efficiency and productivity in their warehouse. But now they are asking for, yeah, let's start thinking also about how to automatically erect boxes, close boxes, put the labels on it. And there's another project in Germany going on where they have a communication back from the packaging process to the electronic warehouse management system. So basically, when an order is ready packed, then there goes a message back into the warehouse management in order to be prepared for communication with carriers, with end consumers, and stuff like that. So very efficient also, and data flow and software is very important for this. And coming back to what is the right solution for you in your warehouses, we cannot tell from scratch or for each and every one because we have so many available. So we are reviewing, optimizing, and implementing entire packaging process flows from the picking to the shipping. And in the image here, you see that here's the picking zone or the induction zone. Then you have that product scanner here. Then you have cut and crease of paper for the right sheet. Then you have box erecting here, box closing, box labeling, and then make it ready for shipment and palletize it. But this is just one example. And together with you, we can go into each of these steps of the packaging process with you and have various and alternative solutions to optimize and to automate your packaging processes even more and even more productively. So the availability and the range of possible solution is immense. And what we show here is just the selection, the initial selection that JYSK did with us, but we also show you and would like to express here their wish to even move forward and to even move faster and more flexible and everything. So this is just the first initial step of the project, but it continues, and we always want to improve together productivity and efficiency. Yeah, and so for these requirements that I just showed here, can we have the box erected, and can we have it closed automatically, and can we have it labeled? Yeah, of course you could, and with other customers we already did this and arranged that and achieved that. This customer here in the video, which will show up in a couple of minutes, is Zuki. Zuki is a logistic forwarder, a logistics service provider serving DIY stores and online shops with both bathroom equipment and also window shutters, blinds, so sun protection pieces, which used to be quite long with different sizes, of course. And here we have a customized on-demand packaging project. That means it's not standard machines, but processes customized especially to the needs of this customer. So what you see, what you're going to see is there's a product conveyor taking, and this is special purpose machinery, bringing the single orders to the packaging station, to the packing station that you see here. The guy has just to put the orders into the corrugated sheets that are coming in parallel, and leave it to the machine to the right in order to have it closed. So this goes from the JYSK processes 2 or 3 steps further in order to have a right-sized box still, but this time already automatically labeled and erected and closed and labeled. So let's go for the video. Makes it clearer. Yeah, as you have seen, this is process integration further from the one we are staying right now with JYSK and with other customers. After the box production, there have been integrated the erecting of the box, the closing of the box, and the labeling of the box, make it ready for shipment. And then there are many other solutions. We are in constant development of more automated solutions. If you are able to select the number of items or the assortment that you would pack even fully automatically, there are solutions, and we are ready and able and happy to talk you through these. When you really can gain speed and throughput and productivity with automation in your operations and in your warehouses. So we are ready and here for you to talk to you. I just prepared a little bit PackSites at a glance, but I don't want to go through it too much. So basically, we are close to you all over in Europe. We are present also in the United States. This is our headquarters also in the United States. But just contact us. You have all our contact details. Martin.
Can you just explicitly maybe call out the contact details of yourself, and maybe Martin can say his, just so, and I think we're going to share this in the link as well on the chat window.
Yeah. So Martin is martin.jonsson@packsize.com. I prepared the 18th slide that I did not see now.
I have typed it into the
this
chat.
gun summer.
Okay.
Oh, you have it in the chat, okay?
Yes.
So in any case, we will share those details in the chat window with you, our audience. I just want to thank Karsten and later to Martin for joining and providing his input for such an interesting and interactive session. Really, I really enjoyed the fact that we got so many questions through. I would say we didn't get to pose every question, so this is a great opportunity for your audience to reach out to either Karsten or Martin directly so that they can answer your questions specifically. So thank you all again for joining. Thank you to Karsten and Martin, and I hope to see you on the next session.
Thank you, Clea. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to this live interactive workshop sponsored by our partner AutoStore. I'm delighted to have you all here. The topic of the workshop is redefining retail space to enhance the customer experience. And again, I'm sure you're not tired of hearing me say this. I encourage you, our audience, to get involved by participating in our polls, posting your questions, posting your comments in the chat bar on the right side of your screen. And we will address your session or your questions as we go through the session. You can also, of course, follow us on social media, on our LinkedIn page, on our Twitter feed using #Deliver2020. So I'm now delighted to introduce our speaker on our virtual stage today. He is James Smith, Managing Director of AutoStore System UK Limited. James, you are very welcome, and I'm going to hand the floor over to you.
Clear, thank you very much. It's great to actually come and talk again at the Deliver event, something that we've been supporting for many years now. Just as a very brief introduction, James Smith, I'm responsible for everything relating to AutoStore in the UK and Ireland, but actually part of the much wider commercial team of AutoStore in Europe and EMEA region. So really excited to actually talk about this really popular topic today, this micro-fulfillment, urban fulfillment, urban logistics. So yeah, let's be very excited. Looking forward to a lot of audience participation as we go through this morning's presentation. So I'm hoping that's showing up on screen now that we've got the first page there. AutoStore, retail of the future. What does that mean to our business? Over the next few minutes, 45, 50 minutes this morning, we're really going to dig deep into what do we see as the future of retail, not just in the UK and Ireland, not just in Europe, but there's a global megatrend. I'm hoping that this morning's presentation's going to be super engaging. It's going to hit a lot of those hot topics that you've been talking about over the course of Deliver and certainly over the course of 2020, and really address a lot of those questions that you've got around our that actual hot topic. So first of all, if we look at what we call the retail challenge today, we think there's really over the course of 2020 and even before 2020, three growing mega trends that are so heavily influencing retail, driving the challenges in retail today, and actually shaping retail of the future. The first one really focuses on consumer demands. For many years now, e-commerce has just been growing and growing and growing. More and more consumers become more and more tech savvy, more and more comfortable with using online purchasing, be it that through traditional methods of internet purchases or even more and more with mobile devices. And we can see that trend growing, not just now with our younger people, but actually the whole demographic, the whole age group now is using online mobile devices to be actually placing orders, looking at stock availability, looking at the latest trends, what's available there in the marketplace today, and then placing orders online, whether those orders are for home delivery, click and collect services, or even the people, let's not forget the people that want to still go into store. But more and more we're seeing online ordering for either click and collect, in-store collection, or home delivery services. That brings us to the next point. It's not so many years ago that when we placed an order online, actually a week delivery was the normal. That was expected and everybody accepted it. Those delivery times driven by the e-commerce mega companies have really reduced over the last few years. So a week has become 5 days. 5 days has become 3 days. 3 days has become next day. And suddenly we start to move into same day. And then even now we're seeing as a trend in 2020, deliveries within an hour of actually placing an order online, you can utilizing new technologies. The second real impactful global megatrend, of course, this year is COVID. You know, nobody really saw this coming, and wow, what an impact this has had to our retailers, our supply chains, and the entire consumer experience. Suddenly, the normal has changed. We can't shop in the way that we used to do. We can't go into a retail store in the way that we used to do. And equally challenging, we can't place an order online for home delivery in the way that we used to do, because the delivery slots have suddenly gone from good availability for this week and really good availability for next week to 5 and 6 weeks in advance for a delivery slot. Puts massive challenges on the buying habits of the consumer today. The third global mega trend, of course, off the back of COVID-19 now, is social distancing. Suddenly in our retail spaces, as those retail spaces reopen, people expect more and more room. The normal that we used to experience of busy shelving areas, busy aisles, different types of people moving very closely to each other, that normal has now disappeared. Now people who are going into retail space expect space. They expect to be able to socially distance from their fellow shoppers, those fellow people that are going into retail space. That means a huge challenge for the retail market today of how do they, using their existing footprint, using their existing way of storing and fulfilling inventory, how do they actually create space in that retail store? We'll look at that through later on in the presentation, but these are the global mega trends that we think are the retail challenge of today. Before we go too far into that though, let's have a little look at AutoStore today. So as a business and as a technology creator, we invented the AutoStore solution back in the mid-90s. We invented it because we ran out of space in our own personal workshop, in our own personal warehouse. At the time, we were an electronic component distributor holding stock on shelves with people manually collecting and picking it and unpacking it for dispatch. To facilitate our own business growth, we needed to create more warehouse space, or most importantly, better use the warehouse space we had at the time. Our technical director came up with the concept of placing inventory in bins, placing those bins next to each other and on top of each other in a super dense cube, and using robots to retrieve those bins and deliver them to people for picking. Overnight, we reduced our capacity or our floor space by 75%. In time, we could actually put 4 times more inventory into that very same warehouse, which facilitated our business growth. Fast forward to 2020, we've now got around 400 employees working in 7 different countries. We've sold more than 470 systems into 30 different countries. We've got more than 20,000 robots operating on those systems. And actually, we've got our solutions working in excess of 20 different market sectors, retail, grocery, urban being some of those. In terms of our system sizes today, each one is completely designed to suit the actual customer requirements. So we can have the very smallest systems, which are actually working in retail environments with a mere 500 bins and 2 robots, right up to the central DC systems, which are over 500,000 bins and many hundreds of robots. An AutoStore today is able to deliver at incredibly high speed. We've got picking stations that can actually present in excess of 600 bins per hour per person. That's very fast, high-speed picking, which is really enabling us to support the retail in the retail market today. If we look briefly at our modules, every system we've got out there, those 470 plus systems that we sold and are in operation, they're made up of 5 modules. It's really simple, it's really scalable, and it really enables you to utilize the same system. The first module is our bins, standard footprint, which is designed to take a shipping case inside the bin. 3 different bin heights, 220, 330, 425, depending on the application, depending what that warehouse arrangement is. Each bin can carry a net weight of 30 kilograms. Really, really key. So we've got a bin there that's either for high weight or high volume, whichever that application is, whatever that customer requires, we've got it. Second module is our aluminium grid. The aluminium grid provides a driving area for our robots, nothing more. The bins themselves are directly placed on the floor of the warehouse or the retail store. So the grid is there for the robots to drive on. The picking stations, today we've got 5 different variants available. Really, we choose the picking station or the port, as we call them, depending on the throughput that's required, depending on the operation. Is it high-speed picking? Is it slower space replenishment? Is it quality checking? Is it stock verification and auditing? Depending what that process is with AutoStore, our robots. Today, we've got two varieties. We've got red line and black line. Depends on your operation as to which one of those particular solution lines is applicable. But whichever one it is, each one of our robots perform incredibly well, very high speed, incredibly reliable, super movers of the bins and the system. And finally, the software, the controller, written by ourselves, written by our own engineers, coded to our own software. It's really controlling two things in our system. The first one is, where are those bins located in the grid? The second one is, what are those robots doing? That's the brains behind our system. Moving forward, reliability. We think this is the real key to success in the retail marketplace. Retailers require a solution that's super reliable. They can't afford, especially for in-store operations, especially for time-critical click and collect or delivery service operations, for automation technology to fail and require dedicated maintenance people to actually come on and repair it. We monitor almost all of our systems in the field today, and what we see over months and months of time is actually an availability of system for over 99.6%. That means the failure rate on an AutoStore system is almost zero. Another key part of our solution and why it's suitable for retail is we've got no single point of failure. If a robot develops a problem, the tasks that are allocated to that robot are distributed to all the other robots on the grid. The same with a port. If a port develops a problem, actually those bins will just be delivered to a different port and the operation continues. Very, very reliable, no single point of failure, no reason for the system to stop. Another key part, again, especially focused on the retail space, we don't need on-site specialist teams to operate and maintain an AutoStore solution. Actually, those operations, that keeping the system running, can be done by people that are in that retail space today. Any one of our bins can go to any one of our ports. So any piece of stock can go to any picking station. Any piece of replenishment work that's required, again, can go to any picking station for replenishment or stock checking. Any robot can pick up any bin and actually deliver it to any one of our picking stations. It's complete flexibility, it's complete modularity. And ultimately, because our software is only controlling bin locations and robot movements, all of the stock control, all of the order profiling, all of that information that's key to the retail business and ensuring that the consumers get what they want when they want it, is actually controlled by your inventory management systems today. We don't interfere with that. We don't look at that. We don't know what's actually inside our bins, and we don't want to know. That means that actually all of that control can remain unchanged, and actually we sit alongside it and add value to that solution. So if we look at breaking down into a little bit more detail, a typical retailer actually with a good estate of shops, potentially 90 plus stores, each one 2,500 square meter footprint, maybe a couple of mega stores in there that are carrying a wider range of inventory, wider range of lines, maybe more value added activities, which we'll come on to a little bit later. What we would typically see today is actually a third of purchases for that omni-channel retailer would be placed online and fulfilled from a central DC. That typical click and delivery model. So you place the order online, and then at some point you'll get a notification to say your delivery will be arriving between X and Y. The second one is actually in-store collection. This is about a third again of orders that are placed online for the consumer to choose when they go to store to collect at a time that's convenient for them. What's really important for that is they want that inventory available when they go to store. It's really driving consumer convenience. And let's not forget, of course, a third of the purchases are actually made in store. This is your traditional consumer. traditional consumer who wants to come into store, see products on the shelf, see products displayed, and then be able to choose them in store and complete their purchase in store. I'm sure this is a model that will actually resonate very well with a lot of the retailers that are watching this today. So given that model, given that third actually playing place online for delivery, third for collection, a third being traditional consumers, why would you put an auto store solution into that space? Why would you actually put that auto store solution, that automated system, into a retail store? The very first reason is to create space. Remember back early in the presentation, we talked about social distancing, what that means for retailers today in terms of redefining the look and the design of their stores to create more space, make it more socially distanced. Actually, auto stores are smart and simple operation. It needs to be. We don't need specialist people actually operating the system in store. If you can use your existing store staff to work with an automated technology, that means it's very efficient and very easy to deploy. It can actually drive more and more immersive customer experiences, what we'll talk about very shortly. And ultimately, it can provide one inventory engine, one inventory machine that can do multiple different functions. That starts to get very interesting. So the first one we touched on there is making space. So if we look at a retailer that, for instance, is a book retailer, and they've got a 5 by 5 meter space that's potentially got 6 shelves on it, they can hold just under 9,000 books in that space. If you take that very same space and put an auto store solution in there, suddenly that stock holding goes up 3 times. It goes up to nearly 28,000 books in there. Imagine what that means for those retailers that want to, or those consumers that want to come into store, browse and purchase in store. That stock availability is suddenly there. There's no challenges around inventory availability. And not only that, we can also use that super dense higher inventory for other things. Another key consideration with that is actually floor space cost. If you look at typical floor space costs across Europe, it can be anything from 10, 12, 15, 20 pounds or euros, depending on what region you are, per square meter. If you can make better use of that space, that's a potential cost saving, or even a facilitator to move into slightly smaller retail spaces. Again, bottom line improvement for the retailers. Smart and simple. You need solutions that actually are easy to deploy, very, very intuitive, very easy to use, and can create real value within actually your retail business. Imagine if actually that automated solution could provide 24/7 pickup opportunities for those click and collect customers. AutoStore itself is incredibly energy efficient. We've got solutions operating in Europe that are being powered 100% from locally sourced renewable energy. Solar panels on the roof of a facility powering an AutoStore. You cannot get greener than that. And of course, that reliability, that 99.6% availability of the system ensures that that system's going to continually be working in that retail space. One of the global megatrends we're starting to see more and more often now, especially in the tech companies, the sporting goods companies, and the value-added retail spaces, is this immersive customer experience. What is an immersive customer experience? It's actually using the retail space to add value to your consumers. It really looks at how do we maybe train people, show people new products, do product demonstrations, and really add value and increase the amount of revenue we're receiving in that retail space. There's been a lot of trends proved from this, and one of them is customer retention. You get much more customer retention from consumers coming back in. We'll touch on all this a little bit later on as we go through the presentation. Actually, one of the biggest things that is a macro trend is retaining a customer. It's far easier to retain a customer than it is to go out and actually attract a brand new customer. It costs typically 50% less to retain a customer than find new customers. Existing customers, generally speaking, spend more. they'll send typically 5, maybe 10, 15% more in that retail space, because actually they're confident in your solution, they're confident in your retail store, they're confident in your brand. So the more we can retain customers, more we can actually keep those customers coming back in the door by giving them a much better experience. Wow, that is a very positive bottom line effect that you can have in your business. So looking at some of these immersive customer experiences, the first one we'll take is from Columbus. And this is actually a store that people can come and take classes in. They host events regularly. They can try products for themselves before they buy them. It's an incredibly immersive experience. It adds huge value. There's a potential revenue stream to these classes. And actually, people get to try the latest and greatest products. And it's no great surprise to find that actually off the back of that, people buy them before they leave the store. So not only are they paying for these experiences to learn things, actually they're buying product in store as a result of it. The second one is over in Paris. So this is, we've all seen in retail space, people sitting, actually doing makeup for people. This is taking it to another level. This is people actually being trained to do their own makeup, not only being shown what the right makeup is, but what about if you know how to do it yourself? Again, it's incredibly immersive, it's training, it's value added, and it's incredibly good for customer increased spend and customer retention. More and more people go back into these stores to keep on practicing with the professionals and finding out exactly what the right product is for them.
James, just a couple of questions from the audience. So from Ben, he's wondering, what is the maximum height at which an auto store, bear with me, let me read that out properly. Just 1 second. Yes, got it. So what is the maximum height at which an auto store system can be used, right?
So the maximum height for our grid, so the top level of our grid is actually 5.5 meters. And that's the same regardless of which actual bin size you're utilizing. What we normally say then is to have a clearance above the top of the grid of around 2 meters. And that's for the construction phase, if anybody needs to actually be on top of the grid, or if there's any maintenance required as well. So the answer to the question is the maximum is 7.5 meters. Fundamentally, we can build a grid at any height. So if you take one of our retail store installations, for instance, the actual number of bins is actually only 5 bins high. So that would be sitting at much lower than the 5.5 and 7.5 top level that we talked about a second ago. So I'm hoping that answers Ben's question okay.
Yes, I'm sure it does. And then we had another question from Damien. It's about your slide on the, I think the previous slide. So what is the new last mile option?
Let's hold that one until a little bit later on in the presentation. We'll talk a lot more detail in a few slides about micro-fulfillment, urban fulfillment, and what that potentially could look like. So Damien, just hold on there, and we'll get to that very shortly.
Perfect.
Okay, is that it for the questions right now, Claire?
Yes, work away.
Fabulous. No, they're great. And again, I really appreciate those from the audience. The more of those we can get, the more immersive this becomes. So looking again more about these immersive experiences, so many of us have gone into an Apple store and actually seen a demonstration at the front or the back of the store. It might be Apple demonstrating their latest product. It might actually just be Apple showing you what your existing products can do. One thing that's super proven though is whenever those events are happening, the floor is actually full. So the amount of attention they draw in is enormous. And not only that, the revenue that's driven off the back of those events, again, is incredible. And that customer retention, that customer wanting to go and enjoy those events and buy those products off the back of it is very well proven. The final example we've got is Nike. These guys have started actually doing live sporting areas where you can not only try their products, but start to think about designing their products, looking at the latest product launches, and really utilizing that consumer experience to drive that customer retention. Super competitive marketplace those guys are in. So the more they can do to demonstrate the quality of their products, the usability, the customization of their products, the better. And it's actually driving more and more revenue for Nike through their own shops. So let's get into a little bit more of the case study of what the future of retail could look like. And this is the part where we're actually going to answer Damien's question quite well. So let's go back to our retailer, Alotta. Let's see what we can do for that retailer in terms of those channel streams that they've got. That third of retailers that at the moment place orders for delivery, that third of consumers that place order for collection, and not forgetting that third of consumers who want to go into store, browse and purchase in store. Let's see what we can actually do for this business in the future. Firstly, when we do that, let's look at how actually that model would be. 2/3 of the purchases for our typical retailer are actually initiated online, but equally 2/3 of those purchases are fulfilled from store. Those stores normally would actually be in a urban environment, be it a city centre or a town centre, but typically they're going to be in an urban environment. Urban environment equals small space. We can't put a central DC in the middle of a city centre. There isn't the space for it. And frankly, none of the governmental control would allow it because of all the green regulations around lorries delivering, vans delivering, etc. So we have to look at how we utilize small spaces, retail spaces and stores that are available today in that urban environment. And this is super important for us going forward. A lot of the customer base are very, very familiar with the idea of going into a store and actually using information screens. Most of our fast food outlets today, you go into those fast food outlets, there's a screen there. Most people are very comfortable with the idea of touchscreen ordering, browsing what's available, and then moving forward to actually purchase it and collect it. Actually, a lot of people in the retail space are quite comfortable with the same sort of philosophy of actually seeing products on shelves and then checking inventory for themselves, looking if that product is available in store, which is really important. Can they not only see it, but can they actually pick it up in store? Especially relevant for not necessarily the book and magazine industry, but if we're in the clothing industry, sporting goods industry, is that product that you can see on the shelf available in the color you want and the size that you want? Actually, a lot of people want to be able to check that on screen for themselves, not have to rely on colleagues and people that are working, those shop workers in those retail spaces. So facilitating that is something that's very, very important. What we also want to do with our typical retailer is not actually change the image. We don't want somebody coming up necessarily to a warehouse, a dark store, something that looks industrial. That actual retailer wants to still be able to attract 2/3 of its people that are facilitating and starting purchases either online or in store to their store. They want people to come to store and actually show them something that's aesthetically pleasing. So what can that future store actually look like? So let's take our typical around about 900 square meter store footprint. If we take just under a half of that and put an auto store in there, what we can do is actually hold almost all of the inventory in the auto store that's going to be required for in-store fulfillment. So that's 1/3 of those consumers that are coming into store that want to browse goods, want to browse whatever that inventory is on a shelf, on a point of sale display screen, whatever way they prefer to do it, but actually want that inventory available at store level. By putting an auto store in and going back to a number of slides before, we can be putting 3 to 4 times more inventory into that retail space than a traditional shelf-based system can have. Suddenly, the frustrations of people that are coming into store to buy and finding that actually the exact inventory item they want in size and color and shape isn't available, so they can see what they want in store, but then they have to go home, place an order online for it and have that either fulfilled, where they have to go back to the same store to click and collect, or they have to wait in for a delivery. That existing model today is redefined. We totally changed that. Suddenly that inventory is available at store level and is available in minutes. by the time they've had the opportunity to try on a garment or looked at a book, they can actually be procuring it in store from in-store inventory. That's a huge change in the retail structure of today. The second thing that we can actually be doing with this retail store is facilitating that other third of the actual consumer demand, which is the click and collect. We can actually facilitate 24/7 pickup points from the same retail space. So whether it's within shop hours or outside shop hours, those consumers can actually come to that retail space and pick up their pre-ordered inventory, those order lines, be it a single order, be it multiple orders, whatever that is. And that can be anything from sporting goods, electronic items, grocery, books, clothing, whatever range that is within this actual retail store. The third one is we can be facilitating urban level deliveries from the retail space. Now, that could be urban deliveries by the retailer's own transport. Typically in the grocery industry, we see a lot of retailers using their own transport to actually deliver grocery and fresh food orders directly to consumers. Equally, that could be by third-party urban transport companies, the likes of Uber, Deliveroo, companies like that that are providing last mile third-party delivery logistics within those urban spaces. Or, as we're beginning to see more and more often, autonomous robot deliveries within that urban space. Whatever that is, again, we're fulfilling that from that same retail store. So suddenly, that one retail store can actually fulfill everything of the Lotto's actual consumer base from a single retail outlet, be it whether it's actually ordered online for click and collect, ordered online for delivery, or it's that foot retail consumer that actually wants to come in store and collect goods there and then. It's a very, very efficient space, efficient use of that existing retail space. If we take a little look into a little bit more detail of the actual customer journey, what does that customer journey potentially look like? Well, the first one, of course, is customers that initiate their purchases, they browse online, be it traditional method, but actually browsing online on the internet or on a mobile device, placing an order for collection. What we can see in the future is actually being provided with QR codes on mobile devices that facilitate either in-store or 24/7 collection. The auto store itself having customer collection ports built into it that once you scan your QR code, the auto store solution is actually automatically delivering a bin that's got your order actually within it. Now that could be for a single item, so it's a single bin delivery, or alternatively, there could be that point of sale screen there that says, this is bin number 1 of 3. Please wait for the further bins to be delivered to complete your order. Very, very intuitive, very consumer focused. That means that the consumer can collect at a time that suits them. That's really good for consumer relationship. And again, really drives that customer retention within the retail company. The second journey, and I think this is one that we're going to see more and more happening within that urban space. Again, it's that customer that initiates their purchase online. They're doing it at a convenient time that suits them. But that consumer doesn't want collection. They want the convenience of having their goods brought to them. Be it next day, a day later in the week, day next week, or as we're seeing more and more a growing trend, within an hour, 2 hours, or even less. They want to be able to facilitate that level of flexibility, but still have products delivered to their own house or their own place of work at a time that suits them. Again, we can do that using the AutoStore system. We can actually have a very similar customer delivery service as we're offering to the consumers themselves. The delivery drivers can get their own dedicated QR code. They can get their own dedicated pickup area where they can be coming in on a regular basis and collecting those consumer orders. But then actually doing that last mile fulfillment, that super green, environmentally friendly last mile fulfillment in that urban space, very efficiently, very well, and very quickly. And of course, let's not forget the third customer journey that we've talked about quite a lot this morning, which is actually those important retailers that want to come into the retail space. They want to browse products. They want to see the products themselves. They want to see the quality, the range, and really be inspired in store. Ultimately, though, those people want to be able to collect their inventory there and then. By putting an auto store in that's super efficient, super dense, super space efficient solution at the back of store, actually more inventory is available to those consumers that are walking around. And not only is more inventory available, by having more inventory at the back of store, it actually means less inventory stored in store, which means less space. Less space means a more socially distant, more open, more immersive experience for those consumers that are coming into store. That will drive more and more in-store revenue. It will drive more and more customer retention, and it will satisfy the needs of those people that require and demand socially distanced, environmentally friendly stores of the future. That's all being facilitated by AutoStore. Sorry,
yeah,
Claire.
we have a question from John. So just on that point, so do you see a high street full of experiential shops like your GoPro example within 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years? And then the question, can AutoStore help retailers transition? Which I probably know the answer to that.
No, John, extremely good questions. Let me take the first question. If you had actually asked me that question during 2019, I would have said this would be a retail journey that was probably 5 years away. People were starting to think about the opportunities for automation and robotics within the retail space, but probably 2025 onwards as a time frame. Today, all of those plans that the retailers have been thinking about, whether they've been in the overall strategy plans of retail clients or not, have been accelerated by the pandemic. What we're seeing now as a business is more and more retailers are asking AutoStore about automating that retail space today. They're seeing that need to have better inventory availability, more space, more actual social distancing within retail as a real key driver for actually growing their business and attracting customers back to the high street, back into those retail spaces. So to answer your question, absolutely, this is something that's happening today. We've already deployed our solutions into retail spaces globally, and we're seeing that demand picking up incredibly quickly. And we think more and more retailers will start to adopt this sort of technology into retail space over the course of the rest of 2020, and certainly as we go through the next 2 or 3 years.
And
to
James,
answer the second question,
yeah.
Can AutoStore actually help with that? Absolutely. You know, we can design a solution, we can actually simulate a solution to show exactly what an AutoStore would look like, the scale of it, the amount of storage we could produce, and also how quickly we could actually release goods from the AutoStore for whatever that allotted space is that's provided. Claire, go.
We have another question from Damien. Just in terms of the AutoStore experience, could it include potential autonomous robot for last mile delivery?
Absolutely. Thank you, Damien. Great question. 100%. We're looking at that area at the moment of how can we work with complementary technologies? How can we provide picking stations that potentially could be delivering straight to autonomous robots, and for the autonomous robots to do that last mile delivery in the urban space? There's no reason why that couldn't happen today. Today, that would typically be a person who would be taking out the inventory, whatever that order looks like, and placing it inside an autonomous robot for that last mile fulfillment. However, in the future, there's nothing to say that that couldn't be a completely automated process where actually we've got a robot working at a pick station, picking out a customer's order and actually placing it inside that autonomous robot for delivery to the consumer. And then it becomes a non-manual process. It will become a totally end-to-end automated process between actual order and placement online all the way through to delivery to home. Great,
James. Thank you.
Okay. No, these questions are fantastic. The more of these we get, the much better. So just looking in the final few slides of the presentation, if you look at how do we deploy AutoStore in the real world, Taking first the retail grocery store example, typically we could put different grids into different temperature zones. So we could have one grid that's handling all of the chilled product. So that really date sensitive, shelf life sensitive product we can put into a temperature controlled chilled grid. We can also have another grid which is an ambient temperature zone. And fundamentally, by having different temperature zones, we can be fulfilling not only store replenishment directly from the AutoStore solution when the shelving stocks begin to become low, we can actually be facilitating multiple order line click and collect services at curbside, as it's commonly known, or we can be feeding out customers' orders into the delivery network, whether it's own van network or third-party logistics providers, or as Damien mentioned a minute ago, the autonomous robot type deliveries. We can facilitate all of those actual streams, all of those channels within that retail grocery store from one technology, and that's super important going forward. If we look at shopping centres, we think there's a real opportunity for multiple retailers to benefit from putting an AutoStore solution into, say, a basement of a shopping centre, where multiple different actual suppliers can be feeding into dedicated bins that are dedicated for each one of the retailers. So we can have multiple different retailers stored in one automated solution at low level, and then actually be able to deliver those bins into the retail shops at multiple levels of the shopping centre. That again addresses a lot of those challenges that the shopping centres, the retail spaces within shopping centres, especially very small shops, have today with actually having the inventory available for those consumers within the retail space. Actually utilising space that's available within shopping centres today in a better way can facilitate more inventory that's available to more of the shops that are actually within there in a very efficient way. We think that could be a real benefit going forward. Consumer electronics, we talked earlier about Apple. A lot of consumer electronics stores actually hold very high value products in store. They've got a lot of very high value stock. One of the real key benefits with AutoStore is actually it's a very secure system. The inventory is only available if a bin is delivered to a picking station. And the only way a bin is delivered to a picking station is if the order management system actually says we need that bin delivered to that picking station. All of the times, the inventory is locked into the system and is not available. So within an in-store environment in that consumer electronics store, it means it's a super safe way of actually storing all of that inventory, having more inventory available, but actually keeping it super safe. What you can actually do with this sort of environment as well, which ties into that sort of electronics environment, is put clear glass panels on the outside of the AutoStore solution so consumers can see the system itself working. That is a really cool, attractive, value-added thing that we can do in that environment. Again, with sporting goods, one of the biggest challenges we find within the sporting goods industry is sizes being available. The latest product is relaunched by one of the major sporting brands, the latest pair of trainers. Everybody wants them. Invariably, a lot of people will go to store, they'll see the color they want, they'll see that design they want, but their size isn't available. It creates frustration for the consumer. Actually putting an AutoStore in, again, enabling 4 times more inventory storage in store, suddenly that range of sizes is available. And it encourages those consumers to bring back into that retail space. And typically, if they're in that retail space, they'll see other things that catch their eye as well. And their actual purchasing price, the amount they're spending in store, is likely to be much higher than it is if they're placing orders online for home delivery or even for click and collect services. So that's the end of our presentation today. I'm really hoping that's addressed a lot of the challenges that people are facing today in the retail space. I'm hoping it's been incredibly insightful, incredibly inspiring, and I'd welcome any final questions that anybody's got that have been listening in.
So James, I might share with you some of our polling results and get your thoughts on that. So when we asked you, our audience, do you think redefining existing retail space can help to meet customers' needs? 82% of you said yes. So James, that may come as no surprise. It sounds like the Marie Kondo of retail space.
Now that's really fantastic, and it's really great that especially the audience at Deliver we know are the retailers. They are our customers. So to have what we think is the way forward verified by the retailers, that's incredible feedback, and I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's an interesting point you made, and just maybe touch on it again in terms of maybe with COVID and with e-commerce going the way it is, that you see advances happening much quicker in the retail space in terms of this experiential experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, last year, redefining retail was something that was only just being talked about by a very small percentage of retail customers out there. The big retailers. It was only by those retailers that were really challenged or really seeing the net benefit of potentially putting automation into their environments. What COVID's really demonstrated, though, is unfortunately a weakness in the supply chain network as it is at the minute, and the logistics networks that exist today. And it's really driven not only that, but a real change in terms of people's thoughts around how do we actually bring stock into urban environments? How do we increase the amount of inventory and availability of inventory in urban environments? And not only that, but how actually is the consumer trend shifting? How are those consumer buying habits shifting? Just in the UK alone, we saw in March a huge shift from people that would normally do online purchases of groceries for home delivery to suddenly the click and collect services being completely swamped, purely because the actual click and collect the home delivery services weren't available in the time frame that were required. So people suddenly switched to let's go and collect our orders from store. Those sudden demand changes are really accelerating now this process of putting automation into the retail space.
So thank you, James. A super interesting presentation. And thank you to you, all our audience, for participating in our polls and posting your questions and comments. So enjoy your lunchtime now, take a break or not. And we look forward to seeing you back after lunch at 2 p.m. for our next session, 2 p.m. CET.